Chapter 1987. Breaking through the blockade of death and destruction was a feat that had a slim chance of survival. Perhaps these expeditionary teams from other regions already had the mentality of never coming back when they set off. Well, mentality was just mentality. They still completed the mission very well. They crossed the unknown distance of the Chaos Devil Wilderness and came to the place where the three major regions were located. They brought new news to them, like a sharp arrow that tore through the dark curtain. This feat may not be a big deal for this group of outsiders, but for the lives of this world, for this world that had experienced several destruction, reaching out their hands to reach the outside, breaking through the shackles of this region, and breaking through the blockade of the Chaos Devil Wilderness, had the same significance as rushing to the sea for the first time, flying to the blue sky, and stepping into the starry sky for the first time. Even if they knew that in this world, other than themselves, there were still lives in other unknown places, but that was the information left behind countless years ago. With the passage of time, no one knew what was left in the place where the information led. In this Chaos Devil Wilderness, a place that brought destruction to the whole world, it had been in a state of disconnection for a long time. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, they could only think of one ending immediately. Just like the capital of God in the central region, it was gone after a regular contact period, let alone those places that had been isolated for tens of thousands of years or even millions of years. No one dared to pat their chest and say that there must be someone still alive there. The only thing they could do was to make a trip without any scruples, and choose to believe that life had miracles, and choose to believe that the people who once existed were tenacious enough. In this way, before reaching the end, before witnessing despair with their own eyes, they could still move forward without hesitation. The manager also told me the same thing before we left. Emerald replied to Yun Nuoxing very seriously. She stroked her ponytail and laughed. He said that I'm stubborn and won't die. Everyone. She meant that the quality of the southern wall was not good enough, right? We didn't choose the direction completely blindly when we went out. Emerald put her hands on her hips and said proudly, we all chose the direction where we saw or detected energy fluctuations that were not demonic energy. The rest is to keep moving forward. Yun Nuoxing felt a little out of place. Where did you come from when you came to the ruins? According to the direction, we came from the north. The Pandemonium Wasteland occupies too much space. However, we didn't see any demonized lifeforms in the second half of the journey before arriving at the ruins, which made things a lot easier for us. If we didn't see the ruins riot, we wouldn't have discovered this area. Everyone thought about it carefully. The capital of God in the northern region was on the westernmost side. They came from the west and ended up in the Chaos Demon Wilderness near the north. They followed that area all the way to the east. Wasn't this a perfect pass? Everyone slapped themselves on the forehead, grimacing in pain. Luckily, something big had happened in the ruins. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stop this stubborn fellow who kept heading east. Didn't she think of stopping to observe the situation around her? Since she could be stopped by a small incident in the Chaos Demon Wilderness near the north, she should be able to find this area if she stopped and looked around, right? Was he really going to continue heading east without any detours? Why did he suddenly think of the white-haired girl in the void frontline who could get lost because of the slippery slope of thinking? What's wrong with you guys? You look so weird. Emerald looked at everyone who was in pain and couldn't control themselves. Her face was full of curiosity. Nothing, just thinking about something small and complicated. Yun Nuoxing raised his finger and pointed at the energy particles flying in the sky. Oh, closing the ruins, right? This is actually very easy to deal with. We are good at it. The girl patted her chest and smiled sweetly. Don't worry, leave it to me. I can solve it in half a minute. Even Yun Nuoxing, who was a big explosion maniac, felt his heart skip a beat when he heard this. He watched the girl run to the place where the energy particles converged into a thumb-sized pillar and fell on the platform. He couldn't help but shout, "What are you going to do?" "Just block the flow of energy," Emerald replied as she took out something from her pocket. Armor. After a while, she took out a circle that looked like it was made of purifying magic stone. She fiddled with the circle and said, "Although we haven't fully explored the ruins of the previous generation and can't use them, we have figured out how they work. Under the power of will, the inner part of the ruins can continue to operate. However, as long as the transmission of energy is cut off for a long time, about 10 seconds to a minute, the whole ruins will stop. But it's only limited to the relics of this generation." This generation? Yun Nuoxing's eyes flashed. "You mean there are other generations of ruins that were passed down from the previous eras?" "Yes, I don't know if you have them here." "Oh, we have some of them. According to the answers given by the research experts, there are a total of 4 generations of ruins that have been investigated. However, except for the ruins of the previous generation, the other 3 generations of ruins are in the Chaos Wilderness. It's not easy to explore." The girl responded quickly. She didn't stop fiddling with the circle. After a while, she suddenly laughed. "Hee, it's done." Everyone stared curiously at the hoop in her hand. It was a hoop just now, but now it had turned into a spring-like thing. It just looked like a hula hoop. From top to bottom, it had turned into a 1-meter-high, 11-layer hoop. The 2 ends of the hoop were relatively small, while the middle was the largest. The largest hoop even had a diamond-shaped magic cleansing stone in it. The girl brought the hoop to the place where the energy gathered. She gently pushed it forward and let it wrap around the pillar of energy particles. A purple light was released with a suction force. The energy falling from above had to pass through the hoop, and in the process, all the energy particles were completely absorbed by the hoop. Yun Nuoxing saw the details clearly. The energy particles of different colors were absorbed by the different layers of the hoop. For example, the white particles stopped at the first layer, the blue particles stopped at the second layer, and were absorbed by the hoop. The gold and purple particles went to the third and fourth layer respectively, and the red energy particles went straight to the purifying magic stone in the center. Not a single energy particle could escape the absorption of the 11-layer hoop. After hearing what he said, everyone made an "oh" sound. "You whispered. It feels like something used to filter energy." The energy absorbed by the ruins is vast and chaotic, but after being processed by the ruins themselves, they will have different willpower depending on the nature of the energy. Hearing this, Emerald immediately explained to everyone. When the energy is contaminated with different willpower, its essence will change to a certain extent. If we only use ordinary energy barriers to isolate the energy, we will miss a lot of parts, and we will not be able to completely isolate the energy transmission in the ruins. If we use all kinds of energy barriers, we will need to carry a lot of things because some barriers can't be made with just manpower. So, we spent a lot of time and effort to make this energy-isolating creation. It can ensure that all the energy will be completely absorbed and completely isolated. Moreover, it is easy to carry and easy to operate. Isn't it awesome? It's done. Just as she finished speaking, the energy creation suddenly emitted an energy humming sound. As the high-pitched humming sound gradually weakened, the energy particles falling from the sky suddenly decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. After that, there were almost no more energy particles. By the time the purple light emitted by the energy creation completely disappeared, the energy particles had also completely disappeared. At the same time, the light on the platform under everyone's feet slowly dimmed. The energy pillars in the hall also slowly lost their light. The light on the ceiling was still shining, but it did not immediately turn pitch black after the energy was cut off. It was as if they had been blinded by darkness. Oh, it's done. Anyway, this matter of the ruins is temporarily over. The follow-up research can be done later. Halfway through Emerald's words, she was interrupted by a sudden and slowly increasing vibration. Everyone felt the sudden vibration and looked down at the same time. It seemed like the whole ruins was shaking. "It's okay, it's okay. It's normal," the girl said indifferently. She kept the energy creation and explained, "The huge amount of energy accumulated in the ruins will slowly be released after the energy is cut off, so a little vibration is just a normal phenomenon." Boom! All of a sudden, the ground shook like noodles, throwing everyone a few meters into the air. The violent tremors had multiplied dozens of times in just one sentence. Tiny crystal fragments constantly fell from the ceiling, scattering into the entire space like dust. The pillars in the hall also cracked little by little in the tremors. The crystal fragments were thrown a few meters away by the strong tremors from time to time, like boulders falling from the sky, making deafening noises when they hit the ground. Everyone in the hall was stunned. They looked up blankly at the whole hall. At this moment, those who were still walking slowly felt a very strange feeling at the moment. They quickly ran towards the direction of the gate. The group of people disappeared in an instant, leaving only them in the same place. The earthquake was not a big problem, so there was no need to panic. However, they still had to say a few words. We pointed at the scene that was shaking more than 10 degrees and said to Emerald, "Is this also a normal phenomenon? This is not right. It's impossible. Why is there such a big reaction?" Emerald hurriedly looked around, but she was also confused. She did not know what was going on, but it was obviously not the time to be stunned. "I don't care. I don't care. Let's go down first." Emerald shouted and jumped down the platform. Her team members were still waiting for her at the bottom of the stairs. Yun Nuoshing and the others looked at each other helplessly and sighed. They had no choice but to follow. No matter what, this vibration was obviously not right. They felt a surge of energy in the entire space. The entire underground building was ready to move, and it was about to explode at any time. This was clearly not a reaction that would happen if it was slowly released. Boom! The sound of the explosion of energy suddenly came from behind, startling Yun Nuoshing and the others. The energy that erupted without any warning was a little out of their expectations. When they turned around, the 3-story platform had been destroyed by the energy that erupted from the underground. In its place, there was a black energy pillar. The black light from the pillar spread throughout the underground hall, making everyone feel a little uncomfortable and uneasy. Demonic energy. Oh, I know. That person must have done something to the core of the ruin. When Emerald saw the energy eruption, she instantly understood. She was so anxious that she jumped up and down. She pointed at the light and hurriedly said, "He has already used the demonic energy to change the core of the ruin. This way, whether we wait until the ruin's energy overflows or we cut off the energy transmission method, the energy contained in the ruin will explode together with the demonic energy." Despicable guy. See, you listened and laughed lightly. In short, we are going to be buried underground. Lu Xiaoqiu, Emerald, and her team members were speechless. This was not something to be happy about, right? The vast demonic energy was like a demonic dragon that was wreaking havoc in the underground. The endless energy that was emitted kept going up, spreading rapidly throughout the entire land and the entire ruin. Just a minute ago, they could not sense any movement of the demonic energy at all. But now, it had already invaded every place that they could sense, not even the cracks in the bricks. Yun Nuoshing snapped her fingers to get everyone to look at her. "I have 2 ideas." "Stop." Hui immediately raised his hand to stop her idea. At the same time, he raised his shield to prevent the crystal fragments from hitting his head. "Just tell us the second one." Yun Nuoshing nodded and immediately held Emerald in her left hand and Lu Xiaoqiu in her right hand. She held the 2 girls as if they were goods. Amidst their surprised and shocked cries, she used the energy chain to grab a few of Emerald's team members. Then, she calmly shouted, "Retreat!" Everyone screamed and ran wildly toward the gate. With one step, they left the hall and caught up with the group of people who were running in front of them. Hui shouted and waved his hand to bring them along. Not long after they left the hall, the demonic energy became hundreds of times more violent and began to expand wildly. It swallowed the entire hall. In the dark energy, something seemed to be surging. The sudden violent tremors and the energy movement that could not be concealed spread very far away at a speed that broke the rules. Everyone in Ningzhou City personally felt the tremors and the violent demonic energy that was spreading wantonly. Almost everyone in the great shrine came out in an instant. When they saw a black beam of light appear in the distant sky, they all looked sluggish. The first to react was the light-chasing tower in Ningzhou City. When the demonic energy spread across the distance, the light-chasing tower had already stretched the defense of the barrier to the maximum level. The demon-cleansing stone flashed with a bright purple light, and the transparent barrier was almost solidified in the space. The circle of energy belt also became extremely bright at this moment. The two shining stars on the ground looked at each other from a distance, as if they had locked onto each other at the same time. The demonic energy and the overflowing willpower opposed each other across the distant space, causing the ground to shake even more violently. The black pillar of energy was enveloped by huge rings of energy. Countless black threads of energy spread out from the rings of energy towards the center, weaving a strange picture in the space. Perhaps no one knew what it symbolized, but from the increasingly dense demonic energy here, they could sense that this was definitely not going to be a fun matter. When this thing comes crashing down, it will definitely dig a big hole here. Hui stood beside the pillars on the ground and turned his head to look at the huge black energy beam that covered the sky. No one cared what the picture woven by the energy rings was. They were now slowly approaching the bottom, and it was not hard to imagine that this was probably something like a countdown. When they gathered at the bottom, the pillar would suddenly break, and all the demonic energy would turn into a powerful energy impact and pour out in one go. Ningzhou City. Yun Nuoxing reminded, looking across the distance to where Ningzhou City was. It's within the range of the energy destruction. If we forcibly stop the energy gushing here now, it will only cause an even more powerful energy impact. The explosion of the demonic energy may also dye this land. The light-chasing tower in Ningzhou City can't withstand this level of energy impact. That's just the most basic defense, the gray-haired girl hurriedly said. If the demonic energy erodes this land, everyone in Ningzhou City will. This is really not good news. It sounds a bit like he deliberately left it here to transform people into the demonic race. Emerald scratched her head and looked distressed. She reached into her pocket for a long time, and her face was bitter. She said anxiously, "No, we have to find a way to control it here. If it completely explodes, it's over. Oh, there's no good way. This situation is beyond the scope of what we can deal with. What should we do?" "There's no other way." Yun Nuoxing sighed softly, and slowly condensed an energy longbow in front of everyone's eyes. White energy began to gather at the front as he pulled the bow. The arrow was pointed straight at the gate of the ruins, which was the center of the demonic energy gushing out. The energy is violent to this extent, the explosion is inevitable, but I can completely neutralize this demonic energy. Hui, I'll leave the defense of Ningzhou City to you. Take everyone back, don't stay here. Okay. Hui scratched his head and sighed, patting him on the back. Be careful, don't blow this place up. Go ahead. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Okay, everyone go this way. Don't worry about him. A group of people rushed out in the direction of Ningzhou City. In just a few flashes, they completely disappeared from sight. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and slowly turned his head. He looked helplessly at the girls who seemed to have made an appointment and didn't leave. Are you staying to join in the fun? Shi Xiao said indifferently. Hui Jun is enough for the defense of Ningzhou City. Little Angel and Siyu nodded. We'll stay to defend you. Yun Nuoxing. Although there's no such thing. Forget it, you guys, be careful. The trembling ground undulated like waves under the influence of the energy shock waves from the depths of the earth. It was like a rope standing on a cliff swaying in the wind. There seemed to be something violently moving under the ground. The impact of this movement was no longer something that could be caused by ordinary energy shockwave. Bang! The sound of the earth being pierced and torn was low like thunder, as if the earth vein was lifted up from the earth. A black rope, that was thousands of feet wide, was lifted up from the ground and broke out of the earth. It was like a moving mountain range that kept shaking, and all the earth fragments covering it were thrown away. The faces of several people changed slightly. They looked at the earth that seemed to be sitting on a seesaw, swaying crazily. They looked at the rope, stained with demonic energy that stretched out from the depths of the earth and danced wantonly, causing the earth to shake. The main body of the relic was also arched high at this moment. Under the surging and control of the demonic energy, it seemed to have become a twisted and chaotic structure that blended with the earth and the relic. They couldn't help but think of the big demon in the form of a fortress. Maybe that kind of thing evolved like this, with the demonic energy as the leading and adhesive, piecing together other things together. The demonic energy twisted it, the earth, and the relic into an entity. Little Hour looked at the ropes that were gradually weakening and locking him to the ground like shackles. His eyes flickered. That's a part of an individual. It turns everything that the demonized energy can touch into a part of itself. We're in its range. Sui Qing looked at Feng Ling, who was completely focused. She said to the little angel and the others, "Take Feng Ling. We'll retreat too." The little angel immediately carried him and left the shaking earth with the others. When they came to the sky, they could clearly see that not only the place where they had just landed, but also the area of hundreds of thousands of miles around the relic had collapsed in a circular shape. The demonic energy gushed out from everywhere like a fountain. The 1,000-meter-thick rope, created by the demonic energy, pierced through the earth and pieced together the fragmented earth into a blurry object. It was like the tentacles of a monster that kept waving. The entire area had become its body. It was a huge monster with a body length of hundreds of thousands of miles. The gate of the relic had been arched and collapsed. The demonic energy had torn the gate and the ground into two halves together. The slowly cracking earth seemed to have opened a crack. Upon closer inspection, one could see that it was a huge head that was slowly opening its ferocious mouth. In the depths of the rift, where the energy was gathering, the demonic energy was so dense and compressed that it was black and shiny. It seemed that it could not hold it for long. "Hui, I hope you're ready. We've reached the limit here." The voice that sounded softly in their souls and ears stunned them. They turned their heads and saw Yun Nuoshing taking a deep breath. Dozens of magic circles appeared around her and disintegrated in an instant, turning into energy that merged into the white arrow. Then, she gently let go of the bow. The white arrow turned into a stream of light and slowly rushed forward under their gazes. It tore apart the layers of demonic energy curtain and fell into the depths of the rift with a trail of energy behind it. The beam of light cast by the demonic energy had expanded to its limit and was now on the verge of collapse. The energy leaked from it was transmitted along the space, causing the entire space to tremble. The energy had exceeded the range of control of the person who caused all this to happen. The few strange pictures and patterns finally overlapped in just a few seconds. They suddenly shrank for a moment and turned into a black energy halo that suddenly exploded. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared at the end of the line of sight. The next moment, a dazzling white light released by the black light gushed out from the rift and illuminated the entire sky. It was also at this moment that the white arrow fell into the rift like an inconspicuous stone. The explosion of light was also insignificant in the energy fireworks that were about to burst. However, this was an arrow condensed from rich source energy. It only had one goal, and that was to detonate this uncontrollable energy in the instant before the demonic energy was about to explode. The released source energy would drag everything within the range of its influence into the source energy environment. In short, the moment this demonic energy was released, it would enter the source energy environment. The demonic energy would be cleansed by the source energy and turned into pure energy. The uncontrollable energy impact would also completely explode at this moment. The originally scheduled demonic energy fireworks had turned into pure energy salute. Boom! The scheduled energy fireworks arrived unexpectedly. The brilliant white light suddenly bloomed in their line of sight. The destructive energy comparable to the peak of the mid-level source energy turned into a roaring shockwave that spread in all directions. In just a moment, it collided with the energy barrier that they had set up. Dozens of layers of tough energy barriers were shattered in half. The explosive energy impact slapped them, who were close to the center of the explosion, and sent them flying like meteors. Oh! I made it! I made it! Another golden meteor fell from the sky and landed on the city wall of Ningzhou City. We didn't care too much and threw everyone on the city wall. He shouted and used all his strength to smash the Guardian shield into the space in front of him. Guardian domain, open up to the fullest! Primeval domain open! The dazzling golden light wrapped the entire Ningzhou City into a thick golden cocoon in an instant, merging with the barrier of the lightning-chasing tower. The pair of eyes that had been dyed in gold stared straight at the trembling space and the faint black shockwaves that covered the entire world. They watched as the shockwaves turned the ground layer by layer, as if they were plowing the ground, throwing the shattered ground into the sky and turning it into a rain of rocks that scattered in countless directions. In the end, the shockwaves were charging straight at them. Boom! The heavy whistling sound of the trembling energy impact reverberated throughout the entire Ningzhou City. Just hearing this deafening sound made many people squat on the ground in fright. They raised their heads in horror and watched the 3 layers of barriers in the sky flicker violently after the violent energy impact. Circles of ripples continued to spread, as if it would collapse into pieces at any time. They clutched their hearts tightly and widened their eyes. Buzz, buzz! The white light that surged around the lightning-chasing tower flickered violently for a few times before dimming bit by bit. The light was gradually extinguished. The demon-cleansing stone that stood at the top of the tower also retracted all of its light and suddenly exploded with a crisp sound. The barrier that had covered Ningzhou City for countless years was declared broken at this moment, causing everyone to turn pale. Even though the lightning-chasing tower had been strengthened by the willpower, it was still unable to withstand the heavy energy that had accumulated for a full 7 million years. However, it had completely expelled the impact of the energy before it dissipated, so much so that it did not even affect the other 2 golden barriers that stood side by side. After the energy impact, the world fell into a dead silence. This strange silence lasted for a while before Hui raised his head from behind the Guardian's shield and looked ahead carefully. Is it over? The people who were hurriedly thrown on the city wall also raised their heads when they heard his word. They slowly stood up when they saw that everything was fine. They looked out of the golden barrier and could not help but gasp. The land outside Ningzhou City was thousands of miles wide with thousands of ravines. The ground that should have been connected to the road outside Ningzhou City had become a cliff that was hundreds of feet deep. The entire Ningzhou City had become a city standing on the top of a cliff. It was surrounded by piles of rubble that were hundreds of feet shorter than it. In the far distance, the huge monster that was transformed from the ruins had completely stopped moving. It maintained the appearance of its mouth facing the sky and stopped all movement. The tremors of the earth had also subsided. Only the devastated land that had cracked into circles and pieces told everyone what had just happened. It's over, it's over, Emerald said as she sat on the ground. She looked distressed and helpless as she fanned herself with her palm. She couldn't help but mutter, "Oh, dealing with the ruins. If it's just a normal ruin, we can deal with it. But this kind of ruin needs to be dealt with by a professional team. Oh, fortunately, this whatever city's barrier was activated too thoroughly. It affected it in advance and condensed all of its energy. Instead, it sacrificed itself to block the impact. The energy shock wave did not explode continuously. It merely transformed into an extremely condensed energy shock wave that swept over. Maple's side had probably done something to eliminate 99% of the demonized energy's characteristics and even a portion of the shock wave. They had originally thought that the energy blast, which was comparable to the peak of the mid-tier Yuanshi stage, would not be able to withstand it at all. Who would have thought that the lightning chasing tower would be so capable as to repel the energy blast? This round, Maple and the lightning chasing tower had won this round. Although the lightning chasing tower finally destroyed his barrier, he would have to replace the purifying magic stone later and his body would probably have to be repaired again. Hui sorted out the matter and suddenly pointed at himself with a strange expression. I rushed back in a hurry, but it turned out that I had nothing to do with it. Oh, don't worry. Isn't it better if it's all right? Emerald waved her hand indifferently. As long as it's all right, the process is up to you. Huey's expression became even more strange. She was right, but he always felt that he acted in a hurry like a fool. Chapter 1988. A catastrophe like a catastrophe. Anyway, it was just an unexpected disaster for Ningzhou City. It was located in such a remote place and lived a careful life. It didn't provoke the chaos devil wilderness, nor did it do anything out of the ordinary. However, it was suddenly swept into the center of the storm. Fortunately, the storm was over after a while. If it continued to rain, the Lord of the Great Divine Hall of Ningzhou City would probably curse the heavens. It was common to eat hot pot and sing songs and suddenly sail a boat to fight a battle. But now, look at this, the city became a mountaintop city. Those who couldn't fly had to climb a cliff 1,000 feet or free fall 1,000 feet to get in and out of the city. What was this called? Look at the piles of rocks in the radius of millions of miles. Who knew how long it would take to repair them? Later, they would probably send a disaster report to the next city. The rock rain that had just been lifted from the ground seemed to have hit someone's house. If they didn't make it clear, they would think that stones were falling from the sky. Lu Xiaoqiu and Emerald would handle the details of the report. Both of them were related to the Great Shrine. One of them would watch the whole process, while the other would act as a victim in other regions to earn some extra money. The two of them together would be able to explain the matter clearly. All they had to do was to stand outside and continue to slack off. After dealing with the people who were brought back from the city wall and seeing that everyone had dispersed, we suddenly remembered something. Where are Feng and the others? Ning Fei and Gu Zhongming were startled and shook their heads. The three of them looked at each other and quickly looked for people in the soul communication. Feng, where are you? Where did you die? The three of them waited for a while. When they all thought that something had happened, a voice came from the soul communication. They are not dead. It's okay. They just had a little accident. It will take a while to swim back. Don't rush them. A little accident means they were slapped by the energy impact and experienced a 3,600-degree rotation in the air. This. How can you guys make such a small mistake? In the past, when I forcefully endured the energy impact in the realm, I tied myself to the realm and the void, just like an anchor. However, the realm and the void here are a little strange. I didn't choose a good location in a hurry. Perhaps it was because I was ravaged by the demonic energy in advance, so I couldn't find a good location. I was just about to find the void environment and the source environment to set a location, but before I could set the anchor, I was blown away by the impact. Hui! What a strange world. This was the first time he heard that they were thrown out because they didn't take a stable horse stance during the impact. This wasn't the three forms of nothingness, right? This impact was millions of times weaker than the three forms of nothingness. Being blown out by the latter was purely an act of force. The former, it was all the world's fault. Just as they finished their conversation and were about to cut off their spiritual communication, I Ching's energetic voice squeezed in. Lord Feng, Lord Hui, we have some interesting news. You just finished setting off the fireworks. Are you free? Just say it. Yun Nuoshing replied. I Ching smiled mysteriously for a while before saying, The few people you asked us to monitor just made a move not long ago. They came to the Chaos Demon Wilderness north of your location. Guess what they are doing? Yun Nuoshing and Hui were stunned when they heard this. After thinking for a while, the former replied, Could it be that they are going to retrieve that Black Panther? That's right. They just finished retrieving him. I Ching greeted the Order warrior who was sent here to monitor the black-bottomed, golden-eyed demonized man. Speaking of which, if the fireworks you set off just now were a little stronger, it would have almost affected them. That's so-and-so. Ah, it's that Black Panther. He was still mumbling something like, an unexpected failure of the plan, but it's harmless. Ah, they are preparing to leave. Well, the original order doesn't need to be changed for the time being. Just continue to monitor them. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand. Just as she was about to end it, she suddenly remembered something. By the way, let 1 or 2 people who are free go to the west of your current location. They should be able to find an area across the Chaos Demon Wilderness. There are a total of 12 areas in the north, south, east, and west. I heard that there are 1 million demonized people there. Let's go check out the situation over there first. We might be going there soon. Oh, no problem. Coincidentally, they are also going in this direction. Then let's go first. Yun Nuoshing and Hui were speechless. Why did Little Qing's accent change after coming here? In less than 2 minutes, Feng led his girls and flew back from the horizon. They looked neat and tidy. It was just that they were brought back in this posture, carrying one on his back, one between his left and right hands, and one hanging in the middle. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw this posture many times. He even wanted to gloat and make fun of them. However, if he said this now, he would definitely be thrown into the Chaos Demon Wilderness and swim back, so he didn't say it. We thought about it and nodded. He walked forward and watched Feng unload the girls one by one. He opened his mouth and said, Why do you look like a moving fortress? He was used to it. By the way, what happened? Even if you were sent flying by the shock wave, you wouldn't be injured, right? You watch. Yun Nuoshing looked at him helplessly and rolled her eyes. She took down the girls hanging on her body one by one and put them on the city wall in order. Just now, they were thrown into the void and lost their spirit and hope. As soon as they landed on the ground, they all came back to life. They stood on the city wall and battlements and looked outside the city that had turned into a rocky beach. They exclaimed and gathered together to discuss something in a low voice. They looked so energetic that they didn't seem to be injured at all. Hui! Medical miracle. They can hang on me for a whole day if they find a reason to. Yun Nuoshing pointed at herself and said calmly. Then she sighed in deep exhaustion. Anyway, I'm just a big rag doll. I think you are quite happy in it. No. Hui carefully looked at Feng's slightly dim eyes. He thought for a while and changed his line. It seems that you are too lazy to resist because your struggle has failed. Feng looked at him with a complicated expression. He sighed and nodded. Hui instantly understood and did not know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and patted Feng's shoulder with a sympathetic look. It's been hard on you. After they met up, Hui briefly explained the situation here. The two of them looked at the lightning-chasing tower together. The tower, which was probably in an overload state, was now releasing weak energy bolts from time to time. It seemed that there was a problem with the internal structure and the energy was leaking. Looking closer, they could see that the surface of the lightning-chasing tower was cracked. The energy bolts were squeezed out from the inside like water leak. It was probably the internal structure that was damaged by the overload earlier. However, there were already a dozen small boats and people surrounding the lightning-chasing tower to repair it. although the energy ring in the sky was so dim that it was about to crack. Considering that the surrounding area had collapsed due to the shock wave, there should not be any threat for the time being. The energy barrier could be temporarily rested. It actually withstood the energy blast of the peak of the middle order? Yun Nuoxing was a little surprised after listening to Hui. She stared at the lightning-chasing tower and analyzed it seriously. The explosion of the primordial energy had indeed removed all the characteristics of the demonic energy, turning it into a pure energy blast. However, it was a one-time energy blast. I did not interfere with that. Under that situation, there was not enough time to interfere with such a troublesome situation. Besides, I thought that you could make it in time, so I did not do anything about it. That means that the power of the ruin itself had accumulated for 7 million years and then released an energy blast that was comparable to the peak of the middle order? Hui muttered to himself as he pinched his fingers together. Suddenly, he said, I think there should be a lot of middle-order Yuanshi beings in the last generation. I am not very sure what the ruin itself is for, but since it could release such a level of energy, its initial strength should not be low. It should be a creation of the middle-order Yuanshi. The environment of the void is weakening bit by bit. No matter how special this space is, it should not be that special. Yun Nuoxing said as she suddenly slapped her hand on her mouth and widened her eyes slightly. There is something wrong with this world that has something to do with the Yuanshi realm after the tide of chaos. Moreover, Shaoshi said that many of the creations here are from the last era. Although the versions may not be the same, it may have been modified in the process of trying to restore them. Well, in short, there are a lot of things from the last era left behind, except for the creation of the primordial. This place can't be an immune space, right? Yun Nuoxing said as she looked at Hui's stiff face. She turned to Shaoshi and asked, Do you have a way to check if this world is an immune space? An immune space, Shaoshi murmured softly. After a moment, she looked up at the sky. Her gray eyes had completely turned purple gold. The power of the rules and order gathered on her body and spread towards the void and the concept layer of the rules. After about 5 minutes, she lowered her head. Her eyes flashed with a complicated light. After a while, she looked at Hui and nodded gently. It is indeed a pure immune space. Even at that time, it was quite a high-level immune space. Yun Nuoxing and Hui slapped their faces at the same time. Why did they only think of this question after coming in for so long? The space itself, the concept layer of the rules, is damaged. It should be missing a lot of rules, including the rules of the immune space itself. However, it is not to the extent that it will affect the existing life. It only affects the existence of new life. At this time, 40% of the rules still flowing in the concept layer of the rules belong to the previous era, 40% belong to this era, and the remaining 20% are in a state of fragmentation and chaos. It should be the rules of the two eras that came into contact with each other after the space was damaged. After the collision, they mixed into one and were difficult to separate. They have not merged, nor have they assimilated. They have not yet calmed down. This world seems to have no spare energy to deal with them. Hui nodded immediately. In short, it is not easy to deal with. Yes. Ignore. Yun Nuoxing lowered her head and pulled her hair. What kind of situation would cause this world to ignore its own concept layer of the rules? Is it because the heart of the world is damaged, or the core of the immune space is damaged, causing the concept layer of the rules of this space to freeze at a certain moment when the rules collide and no longer change, and can only remain as it is? Little Hour added softly, It's also possible that it chose to stop changing. But this situation involves many other situations. It could be a problem that originates from the void, or it could be a problem with certain conditions in the environment. After all, it's something left over from the previous era, and it doesn't match the various conditions of this era. There are also many other strange conditions and situations. He suddenly thought of something and straightened his hair. The pain made him shiver. Could it be that there is some reason that caused it to close the world? For this reason, it also stopped evolving. You see, we came in through the crack. The crack was opened by itself. It must have accidentally created a loophole in its autistic state. The possibility is not small. Its heart of the world is in a completely closed state. It is also consistent with the idea of closing itself to stop evolving. We wanted to interrupt this topic that was about to become more troublesome to cover up his thoughts. However, two people came from the city and moved their attention away from him. We turned around and saw that it was Lu Xiaoqiu and Emerald who came back. They huddled together. They should have finished their report. The message has been successfully conveyed. Next, we just need to go to the capital of God in the West and report there. Emerald still said with a voice full of vitality. Are you guys going too? Oh, of course. By the way, I want to ask. Hui smiled at her and rolled his eyes. After you go to the capital of God, are you going to continue to go east? No. After reporting our situation to the headquarters of this region and discussing the future, we have to return to our region. After all, we have to go back and report that we have found a region here. Emerald shook her head and responded. Suddenly, a touch of bitterness appeared on her small face. I don't know if I have the strength to go back to my region this time. What? Did you lose people when you came here? Emerald lowered her head and muttered. She nodded and said, We lost 2 ships when we came here. Now. Emerald looked back at the 6 people who were resting on the city wall. Including herself, this was the total strength of the expedition team left. It was less than 1/5 of the original strength. Yun Nuoxing didn't even think about it before saying, Then why don't we go with you? We'll have to go sooner or later anyway. Emerald and Lu Xiaoqiu were stunned at the same time. Emerald was stunned for a while, and showed an overjoyed expression. Lu Xiaoqiu's pretty face suddenly froze. Her whole body turned into a statue in the wind. Really? You guys want to go together? Emerald's face was full of excitement. She jumped up and shook his arm. Her eyes were shining with dozens of stars. Do you really want to go? Do you really want to go? You are not lying to me, right? You are not making fun of me, right? You can't go back on your words, okay? Yun Nuoxing quickly stopped the excited girl. It's true, it's true. We were going to the west to cross the Chaos Demon Wilderness. After all, it was the Shadow who asked him to go to the west. So, he had to take this opportunity to go to the west. Their group was going to go to the west. Taking a group of people back to the west was also going to be the same. He liked the warriors who dared to fight and even sacrifice themselves to break the shackles. There was no reason not to help them. It was just like how he looked at the pioneers. Even if the pioneers fell on the road, they were still worthy of respect. Fate Sui didn't know what he was thinking at this time, but from his serious and respectful expression, she immediately understood that he was definitely not joking. Fate Sui was so excited that she directly gave him a bear hug. She was so excited that she pulled him up and spun him around in a circle. When everyone heard the observer shouting "Help!" and "I'm dying! I'm dying!" in the whirlwind, they all smiled and took a few steps back. Their faces were full of sweat. This person was also crazy, and the level of crazy was even higher. Siyu was crazy because he was crazy himself, but Emerald, she was crazy because she was crazy with others. Emerald's team members quickly stepped forward to hold down their overly excited captain. When she put down Yun Nuoxing, who was almost fainted, they smiled bitterly and said, Captain, although it is a good thing to replenish the fighting force halfway, shouldn't we try to do this in the capital of God? If we rashly involve people who are not from the temple, what if there is an accident? Hey, it's okay, it's okay. We wanted to force our way in. Hui didn't care and waved his hand and said, And if you believe in us, there won't be any accidents. We will be professional escorts for 2 million years. Don't worry, don't worry. Yes, yes. Emerald nodded repeatedly. Did you forget that they could beat the black egg away? With this kind of strength, they can actually cross the Chaos Demon wilderness by themselves without following us. This is a free ride for us. There is no reason not to accept it. The results were immediate. Emerald's team members suddenly stopped talking. After carefully thinking about the pros and cons, there was indeed no need to say anything. This level of fighting force was the ceiling of the Great Temple and the main temple. It was not difficult to take them back. If they could safely embark on the journey back, why not? Everyone was smart, there was no need to fuss about the temple, right? Then let's hurry up and set off. Emerald stood on the city wall and pointed to the sun in the distance. Let's go. To the capital of God. Then let's go to our territory. Yun Nuoshing suppressed her dizziness and looked at the place she was pointing at. She couldn't help but say, "You are pointing to the north. The capital of God is in the west. Thank you." Today's sun rises from the south and sets in the north. Look at the place you are pointing at. Don't you see an octopus, lying on the ground near the end of your line of sight? You just smashed that thing not long ago and you already forgot? Speaking of which, this world was also very magical. Because it was a solidified continent, there was no rule of the sun rising from the east and setting in the west. The sun in the sky was actually not much different from a decoration. They would rotate however they wanted. The sun rose from the east and set in the west for one day. The sun rose from the east and set in the west for another day. Then it would go from south to north and from north to south. Emerald held the back of her head with both hands and laughed. Don't care about those details. You have to be imposing when you go out. And momentum. Everyone rolled their eyes and began their next journey. Although they had already determined the route and were ready to fly to the capital of God, before they officially left, they still had to see the octopus lying on the ground. First, they wanted to see if it was completely dead. Second, they wanted to see what was left of it after it was completely dead. This was what Lu Xiaoqiu and Emerald mentioned together. They had a lot of experience dealing with this kind of hybrid structure, that is, a fortress. Looking at their lingering fear, something unforgettable must have happened in the past. The earth and the ruins that were connected by the erosion of the demonic energy were still connected. The demonic energy that originally acted as the glue for energy had completely solidified and cooled. There was no longer a trace of energy reaction. Its huge body had also solidified into a black statue. It was lying on the ground like an octopus with 17 tentacles. If that was the case, its mouth, that is, its head had split into a mouth. It should be completely dead. Feitsue kicked the giant tentacle twice. Seeing that it didn't respond, she solemnly swore. Yun Nuoshing and the others also circled the solidified mountain a few times and poked its tentacles. It was hard and there was no energy reaction. It was completely dead. The power of the source of origin has washed away all the demonic energy. Yun Nuoshing explained to everyone through the soul transmission. Even if it did have any follow-up actions, it is now dead. There is no way back for it to reincarnate in the Edo Tensei. Such a large mass of demonic energy was completely cleansed by a single energy burst. Siyu asked in surprise. First, it is because the power of the source of origin is quite large. Second, it is a half-energy half-construct that gathers all the energy to prepare for an attack. When it unleashes all the energy to attack, it has already dragged all the energy in its body together. This makes it almost like a chain reaction when it is attacked by the nihility and source of origin. In addition, the half-energy half-construct is not like an energy lifeform. Every trace of energy in an energy lifeform has consciousness and will related to itself. It has no consciousness and is brainless, so it has no way to resist the erosion of the nihility and source of origin. If it is a half-energy half-construct with consciousness and intelligence, it can still resist the erosion of the source of origin with a little effort. Even if it is corroded by the power of nihility and source of origin, it can still recover from the erosion of the source of origin with a little effort. We suddenly thought of a question. What if you insist on using the power of origin to beat up the energy lifeform? Yun Nuoshing glanced at him and whispered, nature induces source of origin, origin falls into the nihility. Everyone shuddered and retreated. Just listening to his words made them shiver. This was the standard answer to beating someone alive. No matter how strong or powerful the energy lifeform was, it would still be eroded after being pressed into the source of nature induces. As long as it could withstand the observer's bombardment, blanket bombardment, and void annihilation level bombardment, then it could start to deal with the power of origin that was eroding it. Of course, it was more likely to start to clean up its own ashes. If it was lucky, after 3 consecutive bombardments, it would still have some left to rebuild, but if it was unlucky, it was easy to understand. The entrance to the ruins had now been split in half. As for the entrance, well, it could only be the Rift Valley. As it was not a physical explosion of full energy, but only a burst of energy, the ground nearby was not destroyed. They could still see the Rift Valley. At this time, the Rift Valley had been completely blocked by the falling rock. Their senses went deeper into the entrance, but they could not feel anything below. It seems that there is nothing to be concerned about. Standing at the edge of the Rift Valley, Yun Nuoshing kicked a small stone into the Rift Valley. He let out a long sigh and looked at Fei Sui and Lu Xiaoqiu. Let's go. It seems that there is nothing to be concerned about. Well, it seems to be true. Fei Sui muttered as she patted the dust off her hands and walked towards them. Her pretty face was full of frustration. Originally, if we could find something to prove that we have solved a ruin incident, everyone. What if? Fei Sui smiled embarrassedly. Every time we solve a ruin incident, there will be a reward. If we can bring something back, such as something that belongs to the previous generation, then the reward will be even better. Yun Nuoshing pointed at the frozen tentacles. You can cut off a part of this and bring it back. Just say that the ruin incident became very ridiculous under the control of preserved egg. The incident escalated and became extremely dangerous. But even so, you still solved it, right? Fei Sui clapped her hands in realization. That makes sense. But we actually don't have the ability to solve it. Whatever. This matter needs to be reported. Just bring a part of it back first. Seeing that Fei Sui and her team members were busy cutting off a tentacle that did not look so thick, Lu Xiaoqiu could not help but look at Feng Ling. Why are you so familiar with it? If the incident escalates, it becomes extremely dangerous. TSK. Yun Nuoshing and the others all smiled bitterly and waved their hands. They said in unison, we are used to it. Lu Xiaoqiu. So what kind of abyss of suffering did you live in before to be able to get used to this kind of thing? Everyone smiled bitterly. Living in the disaster of the void, living in the disaster of order and chaos, living in the dance of the 2 biggest forces of order and void. How is it? This kind of daily life is enough of an abyss of suffering, right? Chapter 1989. The place was located in the west, across the Chaos Demon Wilderness to another region. It was a region composed of 12 large regions. Yes, it was a region. According to Emerald, it was originally called the East, West, South, North, and South regions. 1 region, 3 regions, and so on. Nobody knew how it was changed in the middle, so they simply got rid of the name region, leaving only the term region. Although they didn't quite understand the meaning of changing these names at this time, anyway, it was changed. Anyway, that place was a new continent for them, for the people living in the upper, middle, and lower regions. 15 years ago, before the Four Sides Conference, Emerald's words, it was still a war between all sides. One side was in trouble, while the other side was in trouble. If they could protect themselves, they could support. After supporting the flanks, they could go back to their hometown and find that they couldn't protect their harem. There was no need. There was no need. God knows when that group of crazy people would suddenly have a sudden impulse to stab you in the back. Look at the god's capital in the central region. It disappeared after one contact time. 39 nearby cities were tragically implicated, just like how millions of lives were innocently trampled on flowers and grass when they rushed to the cafeteria to grab food. So in this case, how did the Four Sides Conference suddenly come to an agreement? Was it because of the demonized clan that stirred up shit? It was not impossible. The demonized clan was probably ranked first with the Four Pests, just like the group of chaos in the void. Of course, the degree of hatred was comparable, but whether they could be killed, this was hard to say. It was really hard to say. If the cockroaches in the house were to gather together and magnify by 100 times, who knew who would be the one to beat who? In fact, this matter was deliberately led by someone. Speaking of this topic, Fate Sue seemed to be very excited. No, she was very excited from the beginning. For more specific information, we have to talk about our territory and what happened 15 years ago. The region we're in is actually divided into 5 major regions. From the general situation, it doesn't seem to be any different from your region. They're all islands plucked from the Chaos Demon Wilderness, and their distribution is quite even. The region that occupies the largest area is actually not any of the 4 major regions, but, as she spoke, she used energy to draw a map in the space in front of her. It was a simple flat map with the same uneven surface, and it was simply divided into 4 major regions and 12 regions. After a slight comparison, each region was slightly larger than the 3 regions here, and the largest region was the center of this map. It was about the size of 2 of the 4 major regions added together. Fate Sue pointed to the center area that was deliberately painted black. This is the largest area in our territory, the Quiet Wasteland. It's a completely isolated wasteland. Lu Xiaoqiu was a little puzzled. The wasteland that is independent in the center of the region should be naturally purified with the passage of time. Has it existed for many years? Has it shrunk to this size for a long time? No. Fate Sue shook her head. She bent her finger and tapped the map as if to emphasize. The Quiet Wasteland has existed for more than 10 million years, and the most amazing thing is, it was this size 10 million years ago, and after 10 million years, until now, its size still hasn't changed. It's like a self-sufficient region that is in a stable state and will not expand or shrink. Yun Nuoxing stroked her long hair and thought about something. But a wasteland that seems to be in a state of being surrounded on all sides, with your combined strength, it should be enough to do something, such as purifying it, making it shrink, but until now there hasn't been any change. Have you returned empty-handed? Fate Sue nodded seriously. As far as I know, the people of the 4 major regions have more or less sent people to deal with the Quiet Wasteland, but all of them returned empty-handed. The wasteland seems to have a kind of inexplicable magic that can stabilize the demonic energy there, so that it will only increase but it won't naturally decrease. Hui was startled. Wait, if it will increase then it should spread out, but there hasn't been any change, is it because you have restrained it? The demonic energy that settles in the Quiet Wasteland will continue to increase over time and turn into demonic life forms that will swarm out. They will expand the Quiet Wasteland, but one day we found a large number of demonic life forms in a region that is thousands of miles away from the Quiet Wasteland. This result was overturned. That scale of demonic life forms is enough to make the Chaos Wasteland change, but it didn't. It has been quietly staying there without any change, just like. Fate Sue poked her delicate face with her finger and thought for a while. Like something is binding them there, they won't expand or shrink. Did the Quiet Wasteland exist in the previous generation? Yun Nuoxing asked. Yes, at least it has existed there since the beginning of this generation 20 million years ago. The fragmented information recorded the existence of that place. Even the name, Quiet Wasteland, was recorded in the fragmented information left behind by the predecessors. 20 million years. Speaking of which, this is a strange world. The peak of origin and the Yuanshu realm can appear in just 20 million years. Did the people in this world grow up drinking the power of order from the moment they were in their mother's womb? Or is it that no one in this world is sealed? No matter how high the level of war in this world is, no matter how frequent it is, this amount of time is too inconceivable, isn't it? Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but mutter in the soul transmission. Now that we are using the source law, how long will it take to fight a peak of origin from zero? What about the Yuanshu realm? Sui Qing calculated for a while and replied, about an era. The Yuanshu realm will take about 1 trillion years to half an era on this basis. Then let's add the conditions now. Let them be in a state of war from the beginning. Let them be in a state of war from the moment they are born. Let them be in a state of war from the moment they are born. Let them be constantly fighting, and then let the conditions be maxed out? Reduce the time by 1/3 to half. Yun Nuoxing crossed her arms and frowned. These circles and crosses, throw away all the ceiling time. 3 million years, peak of origin for 3 million years, and the Yuanshu realm for tens of thousands of years. The upper limit is at most 1 million years, without considering the various stages, paths, and methods of advancement, and only choosing the normal form. Much less, but this also makes sense. In other words, if we pull the conditions in all aspects and slightly reduce them, can we create such a situation? Yun Nuoxing's eyes widened. These circles and crosses, it's a little strange. Everyone looked at the observer in confusion. We couldn't help but ask him, why are you calculating this time? Yun Nuoxing looked at them helplessly. 20 million years. In 20 million years, peak of origin will be everywhere, and the Yuanshu realm will be on guard. Those who are going up have to include the beginner Yuanshu and the peak Yuanshu. Haven't you noticed? Everyone was stunned. Everyone frowned and fell into deep thought. Everyone's face twitched and they were all shocked. Seeing that their expressions had all changed, and Sui Qing, who had finished calculating for him, also widened her beautiful blue eyes, Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Right? Have you realized it? Judging from the row of numbers, there were no restrictions on this place. Everyone here will be able to achieve a meteoric rise. Other than the fact that the power of order is surprisingly weak, the space is a little strange, and the void is a little dull, the other conditions can basically be maxed out. What kind of war world is this? This is a world that the Yuanshu realm can use quickly. No wonder I feel that the combat power of these guys is strange. Huey's face twitched for a while and did not stop. He had thought that the Black Panther's combat power was strange. It turned out that there was this reason. He thought that he was bullying the Black Panther because he had lived for a long time and fought many battles. It turned out that it was not only his problem, but also the Black Panther's problem. The ceiling time is the time when people have nothing to do to train their combat power. They don't have the ceiling time. No wonder their realm is so high, but their combat power can't keep up. This is the problem of the time gap between the two sides. It's enough to have the standard strength of the peak of origin and the Yuanshu realm. I'm talking about the standard strength, not the standard combat power. They are far from the standard combat power. Isn't there a lot of strange energy creations in this world? These can make up for the lack of combat power. Look at their strong ships and powerful cannons. Yun Nuoxing said as she knocked on her head and sighed. That's right. In such an unstable world, it's not easy to have the power to protect the world they live in. How can they ask for more? Yu's soul suddenly jumped up and said excitedly, Little star! Let's take this world back. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Although I can guess what you thought of in an instant, it's a pity that the natives who don't live in this world probably can't enjoy this rule. Look, nothing has changed since we came in. I think so. The girl was stunned at once. As for whether there will be any changes after they go out, we don't know yet. Let's put it aside first. The sole conversation ended in 10 seconds. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuoshing seamlessly continued the topic. Were the names left by the people at that time? Does it have a special meaning? Meaning. Faitsue shook her head and thought for a while. Her brown ponytail swung back and forth. Her pretty face was full of doubts. What is it? A young male team member couldn't help but remind her. From the fragmented records of the previous generation, the tranquil wasteland used to be an ordinary piece of land. There seemed to be something important in it, but the records didn't state it clearly. We don't know if the records of the early explorations weren't preserved properly, or if the records were too old to be preserved. We've also explored the wasteland before, but we've only explored the outer circle and the middle circle of the wasteland. We've found a lot of ruins of the 4th generation. No, I mean the ruins of the previous 4 generations. There were also some ruins of the previous 3 generations and the 2nd generation. However, we've never succeeded in entering the center of the wasteland. So far, no one really knows what's in the center of the wasteland. The situation in the hell is more or less the same. Faitsue jumped up and down beside her team member. She couldn't wait for him to finish his words. Then, she hurriedly pushed him aside and said with a smile on her face, And then, it was something that happened 15 years ago. The Four Sides Conference 15 years ago was facilitated by the Radiant Light region in the northern region. To be more specific, it was facilitated by a group of people from the Radiant Light region. It is said that they discovered the abnormal increase in the number of humanoid demonized creatures during that period of time. Based on the situation, they deduced that something was wrong. In the end, they discovered the demonized clan during an operation in the Chaos Wasteland. They quickly recognized the danger of the demonized clan. After that, they kept running around the 4 major regions. With the help of the Radiant Light region in the rear, it only took them 3 years to facilitate the Four Sides Conference and determine the follow-up action plan. When Faitsue said this, she was exultant. Her whole body swayed left and right as she was too excited. I heard that the group of people was quite powerful. They had repeatedly thwarted the plans of the demonized clan and dealt them a heavy blow. Yun Nuoshing and the others looked at each other. Their cheeks twitched. They did not comment on the heavy blow. The demonized clan had already caused trouble in the central region. They had even destroyed the capital of God. If it was really a heavy blow, how could they have the time to stretch out their hands and feet? It seems that you quite admire that group of people. We could not help but say. Of course. In the year when they were discovered, the demonized clan had caused countless destruction in various regions. It even involved many unsolved cases in history. Those were very likely done by the demonized clan. It's just that no one could discover their existence at that time, so they only thought that it was caused by the abnormal actions of the demonized clan. They have been active in our place for many, many years. You have personally experienced the ruins before, so you know how powerful and dangerous the demonized clan is. The Radiant and the others were actually able to suppress the demonized clan by themselves. They have defeated the demonized clan countless times and even attacked their arrogance. In just 3 years, they were able to unite the 4 major regions. This is a situation that has never been imagined in the past countless years. Everyone, look at the girl's eyes full of worship. Her hands were clasped together, and she could not help but pray. It seems that she is already infatuated just by listening to the battle result. Well, that group of people had pushed for changes in this world and suppressed the public enemy. Judging from the situation just by listening to the situation, it was quite amazing. And the first thought that came to their mind was, great, there are people in this world who are busy doing things. They don't need to interfere and can slack off. They only need to drink tea, watch the clouds rise and fall, and walk around the world casually until they find the place where Shuang wants to go. It's quite amazing. In this situation where everyone is fighting on their own, they can still gather together to discuss how to fight the demonized clan collectively. Yun Nuoxing coughed dryly and changed the topic. She rolled her eyes and said, "Where are the 1,000,000 demonized clan? There must be a base camp, right?" Emerald immediately restrained the expression on her face, and pulled the map that she had thrown aside to the side. She pointed at the tranquil wasteland and said, "They are here. They are hiding in the inner ruins. The specific locations are these 3 places. They are all relatively close." Yun Nuoxing looked at the 3 places on the map that were relatively close to the northern region and said, "I thought they would go to the center? It doesn't seem to be the case. That is a place where even they can't enter." Emerald shook her head lightly and drew a circle around the center of the wasteland with her finger. It might have occupied about 1/5 of the entire wasteland and said, "The tranquil wasteland is the inner circle. The environment there will rapidly deteriorate. According to the information that the demonized clan got from the headquarters, they can't even get close to the center. It's just a one-sided statement. In fact, they don't even know if anyone went in or not." "Well, that seems to be the case, but there is no way to verify it." Yun Nuoxing shrugged and said, "I suggest that we guess what they are doing in there. Otherwise, this is just the right place to set up their nest. This distance. Well, I can't help but think about it." She had been doing this for so long that she could imagine a lot of things in advance even if there was a slight movement on the opposite side. This was not persecutory paranoia. The higher-level beings were very direct and their goals were particularly clear. It was just that they might not be able to dig it out. Basically, they would not waste time and do things in a roundabout way. Without saying anything, they would go straight to the root of the problem. It was better to say that they were persecuting them. When they passed by the capital of God in the northern region, it was still Emerald and Lu Xiaoqiu who went to the headquarters to report a lot of things. About the demonized clan causing trouble everywhere, it was definitely better and more convenient and efficient to hand it over to the headquarters in the relevant region. As for what the headquarters would do after the event, how to deal with the sudden appearance of the demonized clan, no one knew what they would choose. Anyway, the bottom line was that if they were beaten, there would definitely be a reaction. This time, the meeting took a little longer. It was probably like the meeting 15 years ago. After all, it involved the future of the world. It was normal to talk for a while more. However, they did not expect that this meeting would take a full 2 hours. When they came back, Emerald's eyes were dizzy. "What's wrong? Things didn't come to an agreement? Or is there a conflict?" Hui glanced at Emerald and said subconsciously. Lu Xiaoqiu looked at Emerald, who was about to faint, and shook her head with a wry smile. "Everything has been discussed. Regarding the plan to deal with the demonized clan in our 3 regions, the specific details will be handed over to the headquarters. However, regarding the matters between the 2 regions, after going back and forth for 3.5 hours, we still haven't been able to discuss how to establish a stable connection between the 2 regions. Maybe now is not the time to officially connect the 2 regions. This area was isolated on both sides. It was too exciting to contact each other and send a letter. Every time they contacted each other, they would need to spend a lot of effort to kill their way through the Chaos Devil wilderness. It was obviously not appropriate to say something that could be clearly explained in a few words. However, if they did not contact each other, it was obviously difficult to say about the future of the world. When dealing with the demonized clan and the demonized clan, the more power they had, the better. If they all fought separately, at most, they would be defeated. It was obviously not fun to line up and fight one by one. Oh, what a strange world. I have never tried to worry about this kind of thing before. We can only put it aside for now. Emerald bared her teeth at Yun Nuoxing, showing a face full of regret. It was not easy to find another region, but there is no way to establish a connection immediately. In fact, according to the information left behind by the previous generation, at that time, the previous generation, which corresponds to the 2 generations before us, I heard that there was a long-distance transmission method, and it was carried out by consciousness and the power of will. However, it has been completely lost. After this kind of communication method has been lost, after experiencing the regional isolation, we will really completely lose contact, just like the two regions that are now isolated on both sides of the Chaos Devil Wilderness. Unless we kill our way through the Chaos Devil Wilderness every time, and if there is a gap in the generation, there is basically no way to preserve the information and intelligence about the previous generation. Hui sighed softly and shook his head. So, have you discussed any methods now? Oh no. We can't continue talking about it, so we can only give up on this topic. The capital of God here is working hard to purify the Chaos Devil Wilderness, but at this rate, even our eastern region has begun to purify in this direction, and we don't know how long it will take to open a passage. We have not measured the distance between the two sides. Yun Nuoshing said subconsciously, "Can't you measure it when you come here? Although you have come to the wrong place, you should have a rough estimate, right?" Emerald frowned slightly, and there was a hint of sadness in her bitter expression. The team members who are responsible for drawing the map and measuring, sorry. Well, anyway, just go back and measure it this time. Emerald still had a smile on her pretty face, but it felt like she was forcing a smile. We can't let everyone's efforts go to waste. What a difficult world. It was inconvenient and not easy to do things. In the beginning, there was the screaming of the demonized creatures, and then there was Shirlaji who volunteered to join the demonized creatures. The situation between order and chaos was just a little bit higher. In the beginning, there was the eternal threat of the Chaos Void, and then there was the traitor who joined the Chaos Void. It was really not fun. On the way back across the Chaos Devil Wilderness, Emerald and the others were very nervous. They had already experienced a lot of pain in this place, and now they came back again. Even though they knew that this time they were following a group of people who might be very powerful, they were still very nervous. They almost nervously walked around the ship to check the surroundings, which made it difficult for the ship to sail. In the end, they had to let Lu Xiaoqiu, who was already calm and collected, take over the ship. Although she did not know where to go, if she drew a straight line to the west, she would definitely reach the destination, probably. As expected, the journey was not calm at all. This was the first time they went deep into the Chaos Devil Wilderness without concealing themselves. Unexpectedly, they attracted a large number of onlookers. Great demons that were tens of thousands of feet in size gathered together and surrounded a small ship that was tens of thousands of feet in size. This scene did not feel right at all. Deep into the Chaos Devil Wilderness, the great demons will be stimulated by the rich demonized energy and become particularly violent. You must be very small, or as soon as Emerald opened her mouth to remind them, a sharp energy scream suddenly broke out in the same place. The brilliant golden energy light swallowed their entire line of sight in an instant. When they opened their eyes again, the great demons who were overlooking their prey just now had disappeared from their sight, making them all stunned. Hui swung the holy sword in his hand. "What did you just say?" So powerful. Although she was so nervous that her pretty face was pale with fright, Emerald still suddenly became excited. Yun Nuoshing felt that there should be nothing for her to do, so she leaned against the side of the ship. Just as she was planning to look at the scenery to pass the time, she suddenly saw Hui running to the front of the bow of the ship and smashing his shield on the bow of the ship. A powerful golden energy storm suddenly burst out with him as the center, enveloping the whole ship and expanding in all directions. At the same time, he shouted at the top of his voice, "Demons and ghosts from all directions come and play. If you have the ability, come at me. Hit me in the face, idiot. In the name of King protection and order. Raise the sails and set sail. Little girl. Increase the speed like a suicide squad and speed up all the way forward. Let us ride the wind and break the waves and crush all the obstacles on the road. The fastest boat racing in the void is about to begin. Go." Everyone was speechless. How could he suddenly get carried away and then shout tauntingly, "What did this guy pick up on the road and eat it?" These impassioned and blood-boiling words made people feel as if he was going to turn into a killing god and kill everyone in the Chaos Devil wilderness in the next second. After hearing this, Yun Nuoshing slapped himself on the face. He didn't want to know this guy at all, and wanted to press this ridiculing guy into the void to beat him up so that he wouldn't cause any more trouble in the future. Since he was currently bringing the entire ship along with him, tearing apart everything that dared to block his way like a golden arrow. Forget it, let's not care about him anymore. No, let's talk about it. Did you eat something wrong? What? I just want to try the newly learned power from the origin energy. Hui gave him a thumbs up and revealed a dazzling smile. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. There will be no problem. That was because this golden barrier could probably make the heavenly god of primordial beginning, who had just stepped into the higher realm, dizzy. But was that taunt really necessary? He felt that there were at least 1,000,000 demonized lifeforms rushing over here in response to the taunt. However, with Hui opening the way, the journey was indeed much smoother. Fate Sui was no longer as nervous as she was at the beginning. Instead, she became even crazier and ran around the whole ship without stopping for a moment. The gray-haired girl. She already had a calm expression and a smile on her face, as if she didn't feel surprised at all. Now, she only cared about speeding the ship to the limit. Under this unscrupulous way of rushing, a few days passed in the blink of an eye. The crazy and dense demonized energy began to fade quickly in the senses, and the normal aura of order began to appear in the senses. Chapter 1990. The area they arrived at after crossing the Chaos Demon Wilderness was actually not much different from the place they were at before. It was nothing more than going from an unfamiliar bustling place to an even more unfamiliar bustling place. Only the general layout of each city gave them a little strange yet familiar feeling. He had said that if they went to 2 more cities, sooner or later they would have an illusion that they had just gone around and returned to the same place. The layout of this place was really no different. Well, it was not that exaggerated. In fact, as long as they lived in a city for dozens of days, they could clearly feel that it was different from other cities. Although the general layout of each city was almost the same, the subtle differences were the unique soul and symbol of each city that seemed to be printed from the same mold. It was guaranteed that wanderers who had been away for hundreds of thousands of years and finally returned to their hometown would find, "Hey, didn't I go home? Why did I go to the wrong place? How could they recognize such a small symbol? Why don't they use 2 landmark buildings instead?" Under the guidance of Emerald, they arrived at the god's capital in the eastern part of the Land of Darkness. Then, they joined the fleet around them and floated forward little by little. Looking at the dense fleet that was coming from all directions, there were ships everywhere. Even if they wanted to enter the city, they still had to line up first. Yun Nuoshing turned his eyes and glanced around casually. The airship was more than 10,000 feet above the ground. At this height, he could already see quite far. In addition, the world itself was a huge plain. It was normal for him to see the entire region in one breath. The place he was looking at was the center of the 5 regions, the quiet wasteland. It did not take much effort for him to see the existence of that place. However, he could only see the surface. The dark clouds were like a 1,000-story pagoda, piling up into a huge and blurry pyramid shape. It sat above the quiet wasteland with a soul-stirring pressure, blocking the sunlight that was supposed to fall on the wasteland from millions of miles up in the sky. The situation inside the wasteland could not be seen. This 1,000-story pagoda of dark clouds covered with demonic energy was like a huge lid pressing down on the wasteland. From this place, one could barely see the dark clouds pressing down on the wasteland, but coincidentally, the wasteland below it could not be seen. In fact, it was hundreds of miles above the ground, but when one looked at it from afar, it was difficult to clearly see the distance between them, so one could only see a cluster of clouds from afar. Otherwise, one would have to personally step inside to see. Over there is the tranquil wasteland. When Fei-Tsue saw him staring into the distance, she also followed his gaze. She immediately understood what he was looking at. The distance is still very far, but if you open your eyes a little bit, you will be able to see it clearly. This is a unique landscape in our area. No matter where you are, as long as you look far away, you will be able to see the quiet wasteland. In fact, if you get closer, you will be able to see it with your ordinary sight. After all, the layers of demonized clouds are too conspicuous, it's impossible to not notice it. The capital of God of the Dark region was also in the central region, and it was quite a distance away from the quiet wasteland. Looking at it from afar, the quiet wasteland was quiet and comfortable. It floated there quietly, as if it was ready to cause trouble at any time. Shuang Shuang, how is it? Yun Nuoxing turned her head to look at Shuang Shuang. In short, every time they arrived at a new place, they would first ask for the person's opinion when they saw a strange area. Shuang Shuang also stared at the tranquil wasteland for a long time. Suddenly, her pretty face collapsed. She shook her head with her cheeks puffed up. Her face was gloomy as she said, "There's nothing here." Yun Nuoxing also smiled bitterly and patted her head. "It's okay, we are not in a hurry. When the time comes, we will go inside to take a look. Let's wait until we get there and see what the situation is." They queued up to enter the city. This time, because there were quite a lot of ships behind them, they could not leave all the airships in the port of the tower. They had to stay here for a few minutes, waiting for the airships to be repaired before they could leave. Emerald and the others went to the main hall first. As usual, they had to go to the main hall to report all kinds of troublesome things. Speaking of which, they seem to have been reporting all kinds of things today. After the east side finished reporting, the west side reported, and the same series of things were repeatedly reported back and forth. So, without a convenient communication method, this kind of thing would be troublesome. Look at how much effort was wasted. If there was a sole communication method, they would have already explained things clearly to both sides on the way here. Now they could do what they were supposed to do instead of standing here and waiting. "By the way, do we have any plans?" Hui suddenly said, interrupting his nagging. Yun Nuoxing thought very seriously. "For example, fishing." Everyone. It seems that things in this world are indeed dangerous, but I think it should be able to endure for a while. If things still don't change after a while, and there is no change, I plan to intervene by force. It's better to say that this is what I thought from the beginning. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and suddenly smiled. But there is a group of people who seem to be very active in this area. For the time being, we can just leave things to them. Compared to being pulled by suspicious people who come out of nowhere, of course, it is more comfortable to be pulled by people who know or at least have heard of, isn't it? After he finished speaking, he thought for a few seconds seriously. Of course, the truth is, I just want to fish. Everyone. Although when they heard about this matter, they did have the idea of fishing, so they did not say anything. Anyway, let's do what we should do according to the original purpose. If this world really can't hold on and something bad happens, then we will intervene by force. Emergency rescue is our specialty. Yun Nuoxing put the boat that had already been cleaned into his pocket and stretched his body. Just when he was about to leave the port to pass the time, Fei-Tsue suddenly came back and landed in front of them. They were all startled. This little girl couldn't stop in time and almost slipped out. Seeing her in a hurry, they all raised their spirits at the same time. "I'm afraid there's some trouble again." Sure enough, as soon as Emerald landed, she hurriedly pulled Yun Nuoxing and flew out, saying, "Come quickly! Come to the main hall, there is something important to say." Hey, don't rush. Don't pull me, I will do it myself. Don't rush." Everyone looked at each other, shrugged their shoulders, and slowly followed the two people who had already flown to the main hall. At the same time, they could not help but say in their hearts, "Someone's plan of fishing is ruined. He deserves to be the number one person in the void. He just parked the boat and didn't do anything, but he was dragged into the next thing." After rushing all the way to the door of the main hall, Emerald put him down. At this time, he raised his head and looked around, only to find that the main hall seemed to have entered the martial law. Just by the open door, there were more than a dozen temple warriors armed to the teeth standing there. When they saw them coming, they all saluted. "Oh, I feel like something has happened." Hui and the others also quickly came up. When they walked into the main hall, they asked Emerald, who was leading the way, "What happened? The defense is so tight. The people of Glow are here." Emerald's face was full of excitement and excitement. "It seems that there is something special. When we just reported a few words, they came. The manager asked me to invite you here. After all, the matter of the ruins is really not something I can solve. I can't fool them. Xiaoqiu is still reporting for me, so I brought you here first." Looking at how excited this girl was, it should be that the group of people she worshipped had traveled thousands of miles to come here. Just hearing this, it was full of a troublesome atmosphere. Why did they have to come here at this time? Even if there was something special, they should have waited until they left this place to deal with it. Just the thought of being dragged to a meeting after the big meeting made him feel very troublesome. The meeting place was not in the conference hall, but at the top of the main hall. He wanted to know if there was a rule that they couldn't go to the top of the main hall from the sky. Otherwise, why didn't they just fly directly to the top of the main hall, instead of sneaking around inside the main hall? When they arrived at the garden platform, a large group of people stood there as if they had been waiting for them for a while. When they saw them walking on the garden platform, they also turned around. There were about 30 people on both sides, and they immediately exchanged glances with each other. In addition to several managers, Lu Xiaoqiu and Emerald, there was another group of people wearing another set of clothing that was somewhat similar to the Great Shrine's clothing, but it seemed to be more special. Judging from the energy that was slightly revealed, there were more things on the clothing than the Great Shrine's clothing. It seemed to be a kind of special energy creation itself. The group of 11 people were all young men and women, and the ratio was half. The men were handsome and the women were pretty, each with their own style. The leader was a young man with short black hair and black eyes. He looked more young than the others, and from his expression, he seemed to be naive. It was very strange because this group of people were all in the early stage of the Yuanshe realm. According to the situation in this world, they should have lived and experienced millions or even tens of millions of years. In addition to their current level of cultivation, they had never seen someone with such an aura. Throughout their lives, they had never seen anyone with such an aura. Some were pure, some were flawless, and some still had the heart of a child, but none of them were naive. Naive in this world was definitely not a compliment. Just by looking at his eyes, one could tell that he was naive. To put it bluntly, it was childish. In any case, they had never seen such a thing before. In the outside world, high-level life forms would constantly nag at the void and nag. If they nagged too much, they would either become stupid or become enlightened. As for such a pure Tui, naive, truly, they had never seen such a thing before. This could be considered a special situation in this world, a special situation among special situations. Except for him, the others did not see anything strange. It was very normal. If one more person appeared, they might have to ask the world itself what was wrong with it. When Yun Nuashing and the others were sizing up this group of people, the other people on the garden platform were also sizing up the former and the others. After Lu Xiaoqiu had reported the matter briefly, they were quite curious about this group of people who had appeared out of nowhere. At this time, when they were face to face, none of them could understand. Whether it was in terms of temperament, demeanor, or aura, there was a huge difference between these 10 people. It was as if they were gathered together from all over the world. It felt a little strange. This was the first time they met this group of people from the radiant light region. Their first impression was nothing. They probably had the same idea. Well, no, judging from their strange expressions, they probably thought that this group of people was definitely weird. After Yun Nuoxing and the others came closer and greeted Lu Xiaoqiu, among the group of people from the radiant light region, a girl with shoulder-length blonde hair suddenly changed her expression. She took a step back with a big movement. Her eyes widened in horror as if she had seen something that scared her. Everyone was stunned. Before anyone could say anything, she suddenly squatted on the ground and vomited. Tears and snot came out of her nose. Lon Lon, the black-haired young man, hurriedly squatted down to check on her condition. The others also squeezed forward. They all had a confused expression and did not know what had happened. What's going on? Huey's face twitched. His walking posture and the lines that he had prepared in his stomach all froze. Looking at the messy scene in front of him, his face twitched twice. Fortunately, this girl did not eat anything before. Otherwise, this scene would be even more awkward. Looking at the spiritual fluctuation, it seems that she was greatly frightened. In an instant, it exceeded the limit of her spiritual endurance. Then said. Then the question is, what did she see? Yun Nuoxing said as she turned her head to look behind her. The blue sky was clear and there was nothing in sight. The only thing in her line of sight was the light-chasing tower, which was still majestic. Speaking of which, it's quite interesting that a beginner-level yuansher could be frightened beyond the limit of her spiritual endurance. Did she see a ghost in broad daylight? Everyone shook their heads to show that they did not know what was going on. Walking together in this group of people was not scary at all. They were all very restrained. It was not like they were standing in the front line of the Void Realm. Therefore, they were all very restrained. We listened to the girl vomiting and coughing dryly. Her pretty face was all messed up. He also felt strange. He could not help but go over and whisper, "Is she feeling unwell all of a sudden? Do you want me to take a look?" She should be feeling unwell all of a sudden. She'll be fine after some rest. Although I want to say that, but... Well, let's wait for Lon Lon to say it herself. A big guy who was more than 7 feet tall scratched his head in distress. Then, he lowered his head and said to Hui, "Sorry for the trouble and the delay. We are not in a hurry. It's just that we feel weird." Everyone waited for a long time before the blonde girl named Lon Lon slowly stopped coughing. She squatted on the ground and gasped for air. After a while, she stood up with the help of the black-haired young man. At this time, she was still clutching her chest, looking breathless and disgusted. Her pretty face was frighteningly pale. She was probably really scared just now. Saying that she was scared out of her wits might not be enough to describe the extent of her shock. After a while, the blonde girl widened her light black eyes and looked at Yun Nuoxing and the others, who were huddled in the distance and did not come over. In the blink of an eye, her face turned even paler, almost transparent. She said in a bewildered tone, Who exactly are you?" As they had been paying attention to the situation over there, Yun Nuoxing and the others also knew that these words were directed at them, but when they heard these words, the few of them looked at each other in dismay, and all of them looked at her in confusion. Looking at her frightened look, and then looking at the clear direction in her gaze, everyone turned their gazes at the same time, and looked at Yun Nuoxing, pointed at himself and said, "You're asking me?" Lon Lon clenched her hands and nodded fiercely. She repeated, "What exactly are you?" In any case, everyone was looking at a certain someone as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. Great, so the thing that scared her half to death was none other than him. However, he did nothing at this time. "That's really rude of you to ask. I'm just me. Is there a problem? We seem to have met for the first time. Even if I'm an eyesore, there's no need to be so intense, right?" "That I'm sorry. Lon Lon didn't mean that." The black-haired young man quickly walked closer and said softly with an apologetic tone, "Lanlin's physique is a bit special. Her eyes can see some essences. They are all essences related to consciousness or willpower. So, she might have seen something else. Me? Essence?" Yun Nuoshing crossed her arms and let out a long sigh. She slowly shook her head and said, "I understand, but I don't understand what she wants to say. Why don't you let her say it herself?" The black-haired young man looked troubled. It was obvious that Lan Lan would not be able to have a proper conversation with the person in front of her. He could not force Lan Lan to talk to the person in front of her. That was probably. But at this moment, Lan Lan suddenly staggered to his side and supported him. She still looked frightened, but she was still staring at Yun Nuoshing. Her expression and gaze were as if she was looking at something indescribable. She was afraid, and yet she wanted to look at it. Demonized life forms, demonized people. No, not those. It's something even more terrifying and dark, crazy, a presence in the depths of the silent wasteland, a presence even crazier and darker than the demonized life forms we've seen in the depths of the silent wasteland. Everyone in the garden was stunned again. Yun Nuoshing and the others were stunned for half a second. They all had strange expressions on their faces. He could not help but say through the soul transmission, "It's something even more terrifying than demonized life forms. It's also the so-called essence related to consciousness and willpower that she saw. First of all, it's the essence of the origin. Seeing this would at most cause her brain to be fried, but it's not enough to make her cry. So, this girl couldn't have dug out my annihilation energy with just one look, right? That's really amazing. Seeing the essence of a chaos concept body with just one look when the realm of order power is insufficient. I can't help but praise her for spitting it out." Hui burst out laughing when he heard this. This is 1,000,000 points of damage to one's rationality. That kind of sensory impact directly affects the laws and order. It's much more disgusting and stimulating than the physical nausea. No wonder she vomited. As he said this, he bared his teeth at Maple. "Look at you. The girl vomited just by looking at you." Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes at him and looked down at her palm. After pondering for a while, she suddenly clenched her fist and held her breath. The mark of the origin spread rapidly in her soul. After about a few seconds, she looked up at the blonde girl. "Do you want to take a look again?" The blonde girl was so weak that she wanted to retreat after saying what she wanted to say. But when she heard this, she subconsciously turned her head. Then, she was stunned. Her eyes flickered slightly and she looked a little dazed. "No. It's gone. So that's what you look like. So beautiful, such a beautiful color." Everyone was speechless. She really did see something indescribable just now, and it was the kind that couldn't be seen no matter how hard she looked. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. "It's solved. Because I've been letting the annihilation energy wander around. I just pushed it back just now. But this is strange. If this has something to do with consciousness, why didn't I dye the floor black when I stepped into the main hall? Look at the floor just now. It was so bright that it sparkled. There was no fatal accident at all." "Maybe it's because of the priority," Sui Qing replied softly. "Perhaps her physique is more sensitive to things similar to devil energy, so when she saw you, she saw your annihilation energy first. However, we still don't know what the main hall's assessment is based on. It's still okay to target." Hui nodded. "It's your fault. Look at the girl. Cough cough. It's all a misunderstanding. Let's talk about business. Why did you call us here? Is there a reason?" It's actually like this." The black-haired youth nodded and explained softly. "We have received reliable news that the demonized race will be attacking the dark region in the east soon. It's very likely that it's an attack on the capital of God. So, we came here to remind you. When we came to report, we heard Miss Lu and Miss Emerald talking about you. So, we had a bold idea." Hui nodded and motioned for him to continue. The black-haired youth nodded. Actually, we have a plan. When they attack the capital of God, some of us will be defending it. The rest will follow us into the tranquil wasteland and remove their stronghold. This will slow down the speed of their gathering of demonized energy by more than 10 times. It will also be a heavy blow to them. They can't use the demonized energy in the tranquil wasteland directly? Is it because it's not the same kind? Yun Nuoshing frowned slightly. Well, yes. Although they are all demonized energy, the tranquil wasteland's demonized energy is more out of control. It's darker and more unstable. This causes the demonized creatures to be born there to be even crazier. Although the demonized race can adapt to the environment outside the inner circle, where the infinite demonized energy is their natural barrier, they can only use other methods to collect the energy if they want to use it. Other methods? Are you referring to the ruins? They can use the power of the ruins. In other words, they can use them as strongholds. That's right. They have been using the ruins in the tranquil wasteland as their strongholds. The 3 most important strongholds are the ruins of the last 4 generations, located near the inner circle. The other scattered strongholds are also the ruins of the last 3 generations or the 2nd generation. If we take advantage of the time when they come to attack the Gloom Zone and destroy their strongholds, they will not be able to move for a period of time. Hui frowned. Amazing. What the hell is this tranquil wasteland? I've never heard of any abnormal demonized energy. Many years ago, the tranquil wasteland was actually the territory of us humans. The manager of the main hall suddenly spoke, startling everyone. In the records, it's actually something that happened a long time ago. Perhaps it's something that happened 4 generations ago. But what exactly happened later that caused the tranquil wasteland to become the chaotic demonic wasteland is not recorded even in the fragmentary information. Hui groaned. Isn't this the same as coaxing ghosts? Ahem. The ancient records shouldn't have this kind of joke. We can't find any reason to joke about it. The manager coughed violently. And the exploration of the tranquil wasteland has never stopped. This is also because we want to find evidence. Going deep into the tranquil wasteland and destroying the ruins that were used as strongholds is actually just this idea. After hearing about your information, we judged that you have the strength to do this, so they called them over and asked if they wanted to attack or defend. Was there a need to ask? Well, the place where the hominoids lived had now become the chaos magical wilderness. This kind of thing happened many times in each generation. It was very normal. However, not only had the former residents turned into the chaos magical wilderness, the demonized life and energy born in Ga were special and different. This was a bit thought-provoking. Given their sense of smell, there must be some big ghosts and big diseases in this place. Translators' thoughts: Beetlebarker. Yun Nuoshing, Hui and the others looked at each other and smiled knowingly in the soul communication. They had something to do. Going into the strange places was their course of action. In fact, even if they did not say it or if the demonized people did not make trouble at this time, they would have chosen a time to jump into the tranquil wasteland. Seeing that they were looking at each other expressionlessly and did not speak, the black-haired youth scratched his head a little awkwardly. In fact, going deep into the tranquil wasteland is many times more dangerous. It's reasonable if you have concerns. Oh, then let's go for a walk in the wasteland. We agreed. Chung. Just like that? The black-haired youth was even more embarrassed. His face was dull and naive. Although he was a little flustered, he waved his hands and feet. Well, it's actually very dangerous to go inside. Don't you think about it? It's a very complicated environment. It's very, dangerous. It's okay. Compared to defending the city, raiding is definitely more fun. Hui gave a thumbs up and showed a very bright smile. Yun Nuoshing and the others nodded vigorously. The youth and the others. What fun! It seemed that everyone entered the tranquil wasteland with the mentality of facing death with equanimity. Why did it become fun for them? Sure enough, they were a group of strange people. Chapter 1991. The concept of this world was very much in line with the state he wanted to achieve. Because they were living in the same environment and under the threat of the world, as long as they knew that the demonized creatures were coming, everyone would not hesitate to pick up their weapons and charge forward. Even if there were grudges between people, but most of them were just small personal matters, they would temporarily let bygones be bygones and join hands to kill the enemy. Those who could fight would fight, and those who could not would help from behind. Everyone was fighting in their own way, and there was no exception. Ah, yes, this was the situation he wanted to see in the Order Void. However, the reality was that although they were living in the same environment and under the threat of the world, the people of Order were indifferent to the chaos. The Void front line only occupied the largest portion of the forces of Order, but in terms of numbers, there were not as many people involved in the three-sided battle in the primordial world. When the three of them fought, the battlefront stretched out and affected billions of worlds. They only participated in the battle at the very center of the battlefield, which was the place where the elites were gathered. There were many battles in other places, and those places were the main battlefront. Therefore, it was not wrong to say that the people of Order were indifferent to the chaos. After all, there were fewer people in the Void frontline. To give a bigger and slightly vague explanation, the people of the upper realm, including those who belonged to the middle and lower realms but escaped to the upper realm for various reasons when the chaos attacked. The people who were involved in this Order Void vortex probably occupied about 60% of the total number of people in the Order Void vortex. The remaining 40% was made up of people whose numbers varied from world to world, and people who did not participate in the battle. If quantity could be converted into pure attack power, then these 60% of the void would have exploded if they each spat out a mouthful of salt soda. That was the order of magnitude. But if one were to calculate based on the actual situation, then he alone would be able to destroy the order of the void by himself. That would be very... Oh, I'm going off topic. He must have seen how this world dealt with the demonized lifeforms. Perhaps it was because they were truly afraid of being beaten up, causing them to harbor resentment and hatred, which was why they were fighting as a group. In fact, it was the same in other warring worlds. The situation where everyone was a soldier did not exist from the beginning. It was a habit formed after a long period of fighting to the death. Then, the current situation in the Order Void vortex was purely because it had been idle for too long. It had been like this ever since the end of the era of chaos. If he had to put it bluntly, it would be asking for a beating. It was only when they were beaten up that they would regroup and twist themselves into a force. But the chaos was not like the demonized creatures. The latter had been wreaking havoc here for who knows how many years, destroying the entire world many times. The remaining tinder of life had engraved in its heart each time it was destroyed and passed down the generations with great difficulty. That was how the current situation in the Order Void vortex was formed. But the battle between order and chaos, it was gone. If they lost once, everything would be gone. Not even dregs would be left behind. There would not be a chance for them to pass down their legacy. They did not even have such a chance during the two eras when the God of Origin was still around, let alone during other eras. Especially during the war in the Dark Age, they all disappeared after the war. Order and chaos both ceased to exist. Sigh. Forget it. Forget it. I don't want to talk about it. I can't force others to do this. I can only grit my teeth and rush forward. No, he really hoped that the Order of the Void could be twisted into a force, even if it could only be used a little bit. Just a little bit. What if the final battle was just a little bit away? He didn't dare to think about it. He didn't dare to think about this kind of if and a little bit. He couldn't care too much about this because he would go crazy if he cared too much about these forces that couldn't be pulled together. He could only treat them as if they were all dead. They were all dead. No one could add any more strength to him and the void frontline. He didn't want to carry these ridiculous and meaningless burdens and move forward fearlessly. The demonized creatures and the quiet wasteland. They already had plans to go there. They learned from Emerald that there were a lot of relics in the quiet wasteland, and it happened that the Shadow King asked them to go there. No matter whether they could find anything or not, they had to go there first. Uncovering the dusty history of the previous generation, they might be able to understand what had happened in this world. What he meant was the things that were buried deep in the past, not the things that happened on the surface, where the human race and the demonized creatures fought each other until the end of the world. No? If not, then so be it. When the time comes, they would burn the Chaos Demon wasteland clean with fire and return the world to peace. Anyway, an emergency had popped up at this time, and they were about to attack the tranquil wasteland. It was like someone handed a pillow to them when they were sleepy. To be honest, it might be more convenient for them to go in by themselves. It was just that it might be difficult to find the things they wanted. Now, it was like they had picked up a tour guide for free. It was a win-win situation. It was just that they were very concerned about the information they got from the demonized creatures. They didn't know how reliable and haunted it was. They would see when the time came. Both sides introduced themselves and said a few words about the operation plan. After that, they dispersed. The black-haired teenager named Mu Songyuan watched Yun Nuoxing and the others leave. He looked back at Lan Lan and saw that she still had a lingering fear. He whispered, "Are you still afraid?" Lan Lan nodded carefully. Her eyes never moved away from the place where Yun Nuoxing and the others left. It was as if she didn't dare to put the important target out of her sight. She could only feel at ease when her eyes were locked on it. But Lan Lan can actually see wrongly. That sudden wow just now scared us all. The 7-foot-tall man held his head and said half-jokingly and half-seriously. Lan Lan was silent for a while. Her pretty face was still frowning. She shook her head gently under everyone's concerned gaze. "I didn't see wrongly. It's him, restraining." He completely restrained the unimaginable dark and crazy aura. "That's why I could see him, just now." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They looked at each other with a slightly puzzled and dignified expression. They couldn't figure out the situation of that group of people. They also didn't understand why there was an energy darker and crazier than the demonized energy coming from him. It didn't feel like a good sign. Mu Songyuan couldn't help but say to her, "How did you see Feng Ling just now? Just when you saw him at the beginning." Just the mention of this topic reminded her of the situation just now. Lan Lan's pretty face turned pale. She shook her head vigorously. "I couldn't see anything. I couldn't see anything. It was just a dark, gray cloud. I only saw it when he was close enough to me. His whole person was like a lump in a painting that was completely blackened by gray and black brushes. It was even very blurry. Mu. I don't think he's like a living person, like a ghost. As for the existence of that person, I can give you some explanation." A manager in a white robe came forward. When Mu Songyuan and the rest turned their eyes to him, he said faintly, "We got the news from Emerald and the temple warrior who came with us. Coupled with the reaction of the main temple that we just saw, our judgment should be correct. A few days ago, a supreme will swept across the entire world, cleansing the boundless demonized energy of many regions. There was a huge upheaval in the tranquil wasteland because of this. The demonized beings that should have crossed the wasteland were weakened and retreated back into the wasteland. Even the demonized people were not spared. They were all weakened to varying degrees in the prison, as if they were about to break free from their demonized state. They were so weak that it seemed like they were about to be completely purified into nothingness. The light of that will also lit up the damaged but functional lightning-chasing towers one by one, continuing the light of the lightning-chasing towers. Do you still remember? A few days ago, a huge beam of light suddenly appeared in my line of sight. Even though it only lasted for a short while, how could I forget such a shocking scene? Mu Tsang-yuan said as he came to a realization. His expression froze as he said, "You're saying, he's..." There is no doubt that this person is the true guardian of the will. The manager of the main temple in another region also responded in the same way. The manager nodded gently. He turned his head and looked at the group of people who had appeared outside the main temple from the top of the main temple. If necessary, assist, cooperate with them as much as possible. The attack will be tomorrow. You all should go and rest first. I hope there will be no accident. Mu Tsang-yuan and the others slowly nodded, accepting the explanation. However, their expressions were still a bit strange. According to the ancient legends, the guardian of the will had suddenly appeared in front of them, and made Lon Lon vomit on the ground with just a glance. How could they believe this? However, the manager of the main hall had given them such an answer, so they had no choice but to believe it. It's better to come at the right time than to come early. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing as soon as I arrived. In the capital of God, we looked up at the Tower Harbor. There were still ships coming in, big and small. It seemed like they were preparing for the battle tomorrow. They were mobilizing forces from all over the place. No wonder there are so many ships. It's for tomorrow. Speaking of which, aren't they afraid that the other side will find out that they're mobilizing their forces so openly? Don't be afraid. Every city has a corresponding defense, and every city here has a defense of level 3 or above. Even if there is a chance, they can hold on until we mobilize our forces to support them. But if we fight like this, it's like a game of hide and seek. If they act recklessly, we will fight recklessly. If we support them, we will retreat. This is just wasting their strength. There is no way we can break through the defense of the lightning-chasing tower in one go, and it's impossible to cause any substantial damage to our forces. The demonized people who have become demonized can no longer use power similar to the lightning-chasing tower. But they have changed their direction, and their individual strength is quite strong. If we encounter them alone outside, even if we are at the same level, we can't beat them. So, we can only rely on the airships and the lightning-chasing tower to fight. Emerald explained. She raised her hand and pointed at the lightning-chasing tower. By the way, the defense here is considered the best among all the other capitals of God. The defense of the capitals of God is also divided into different levels? We looked at the lightning-chasing tower and pondered. Among the 4 capitals of God they had seen so far, one of them was a wreckage. The wreckage and the lightning-chasing tower of the northern region's capital of God could only support the defense of a mid-level premier. However, the defense of the gloom region and the southern region's capital of God was comparable to that of a high-level premier. Yes, some of the capitals of God were left behind from a long time ago. Even if the lightning-chasing tower looks the same, the inside is slightly different. Take our lightning-chasing tower as an example. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a product of the last 3 generations. The other capitals of God may be from the last generation or 2 generations. Some were even newly built in this generation. Their defense is weaker. Emerald nodded in response. So it's a relic. Yun Nuoshing suddenly raised her head. She understood something. The shadow we saw in the southern region's capital of God may have appeared because of the lightning-chasing tower. We also let out a long sigh. I see. I thought it came from somewhere else. I didn't expect it to be a local resident. Emerald opened her eyes wide and looked at Feng Ling curiously. The shadow of the past? Are you talking about the white, humanoid apparitions that float about without making a sound? Have you seen it? To be specific, it's them. The shadow of the past is not a single individual. They should have different individual consciousness. We have to cross the Chaos Demon Wilderness and come west because it told me to come here to find more. You can talk to it?" Emerald suddenly became excited. She rushed over and shook his shoulder. "How can you talk to it? There have been thousands of sightings of ghosts throughout history, but no one has ever succeeded in communicating with them. You are the only example. What did it say? It guided you here? To find the relic? Did it ask you to go to the tranquil wasteland? It also said something else. Wait a minute, wait a minute." Shuang Shuang and the little angel hurriedly went forward to hold the crazy girl down. When they rescued little Xingxing, he had already raised his head and was about to vomit out his soul. Only then did he smile bitterly. "Speak properly, don't rush." Emerald lowered her head and smiled. Her toes almost dug through the ground. "That I was too excited. I was a little excited when I heard you talk about the ghost." Yun Nuoxing paused for a while before she answered the question. "It didn't say anything specific. It only asked me to find it by myself. It said that since I can see them, I can find something. So I came here with this idea to find the relic. It just so happens that those ghosts are coming to attack the city tomorrow. We are going to go deep into the tranquil wasteland. It's killing two birds with one stone." "No wonder you are so excited." Emerald smiled for a moment and said, "Although the people of the Glow will go deep into the tranquil wasteland tomorrow, the area is too big and there are too many targets. The two teams won't move together at first. So, you still need to rest well today. You have to prepare for tomorrow. Xiaoqiu and I will be here waiting for your triumphant return." Everyone saw her jumping up and down in excitement. They thought for a moment and responded, "Okay." It was impossible for him to rest. As an inhuman who had survived 5 eras of war and did not need to sleep, the rare night when he could move was the time to do something bad. For example, he stared at the tranquil wasteland fiercely, but all kinds of prying methods were blocked without exception. Even when he used his observer form, he could not do anything to the thick layer of dark cloud. It was no longer as simple as an object that blocked one's vision. It had a shielding effect, and it was something that ordinary demonized energy could not do. When he was surrounded by demonized beings in Abysmal Moon City, he could see far away without being obstructed. So, it was obvious that the tranquil wasteland was indeed a little mysterious. He guessed that he would not be able to see anything clearly if he did not go in personally. Then he felt curious about this mysterious matter. Although this should be a mysterious matter of others, since he was already involved, he could not care less. As a qualified higher life form, he could not shrink back in the face of curiosity. Although curiosity was sometimes very troublesome and could torment a higher life form to death, it was the romance of a higher life form to die from curiosity. Romance, my ass. It's romantic, but it's not romantic at all. Hui rolled his eyes and reached out to poke Hao's cheek. "Have you forgotten how many times you've suffered because of your curiosity when you were young and now? Anyway, in the end it's all scary but not dangerous, isn't it? Don't worry about those details." Yun Nuoxing waved his hand without any scruples. This dead pig was not afraid of boiling water, and his unwillingness to learn a lesson, no matter what, made everyone feel a little helpless. He himself knew that curiosity was a trap, but in the end, he still could not help but jump into it, which made people sigh with emotion. Compared to the disaster that came knocking on their door, they felt that this guy was calling out and cooperating with those stupid things. He shook his head helplessly and raised his head to look at the dark clouds that were close at hand. The sun high up in the sky could not illuminate the darkness here. "Little Qing, how's the situation on your side?" "Yes, they have already set off. Just like you said, they are heading straight in the direction of the capital of God. So far, I don't see any other troublemakers." I Ching's response came quickly. Yesterday, they had already followed the group into the tranquil wasteland. However, considering the issue of safety and prudence, They did not play any tricks in the place where the demonic energy was boiling. Instead, they just watched. They are about to leave the tranquil wasteland. Oh, there's a large group of people. How lively! How many is a large group? How many forces have they gathered? I Ching looked around carefully and did a rough count. Those floating in the sky are called fortresses, right? There are more than 1,000 of them. There is also a huge one. The aura of a mid-level premier is coming out of it. It's quite powerful. TSK, 1,000 is not bad. If we convert it, it's about 100 million soldiers. We could not help but smack his lips. It shouldn't be a big problem. If the defense of the Light Chaser Tower in the capital of God is comparable to that of a high-level premier, we don't have to worry too much. They won't be able to tear down the barrier so easily. After all, these premier are a little weak. Also, they are speeding up. We have to speed up and catch up with them. Okay, remember to keep an eye on them. If something unexpected happens in the capital of God, we can give them a hard time. But don't kill them for now. Let's see what they can do. Okay. Lord Feng, Lord Hui, you guys have to be careful when you enter the tranquil wasteland. The energy inside is, a bit surprising. Also, it's disgusting. When we went in yesterday, we almost vomited out the food we ate the day before yesterday. It's really disgusting, it's physically disgusting. I suggest that you guys press down on your stomachs or hold up the order barrier before entering. I can't stand it. Yun Nuoxing and Hui were speechless. They felt that something was wrong with little Qingzi after he came here. This accent, forget it. Anyway, there were not many normal people in the Void frontline. Hui could not help but tease. Is it more disgusting than the Abyss Death Mist? I Ching was silent for a while. Then, I Ching took a deep breath. Suddenly, I Ching opened his mouth and knelt on the ground. Ugh! Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. Alright, this was the victory of the death fog of the abyss. Just hearing the name was enough to make one vomit. No wonder Little Green had a different aura after coming here. It seemed that he was so refreshed after leaving the Void frontline that he did not have to see those vomit-inducing things anymore and was about to let go of himself. Me. I'm going back to monitor. Master Feng, Master Hui, I wish you all the best, of... Yun Nuoxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and said, Go ahead. I'll allow you to cause a little trouble as long as you don't do anything unexpected. Really? I Ching's expression changed drastically. He waved his hand and shouted into his soul transmission, Guys, get ready! Master Feng has given the order. Get excited. You can all cause trouble. Shout. What's our slogan? Cause trouble. Cause trouble. Cause trouble. What's our goal? Kill them. Play them to death. Kill them. Kill Ugh. Well, just get excited. Charge. Ugh. Everyone was speechless. Good Lord. He could not even stand shouting slogans? Speaking of slogans, he almost vomited in the Void frontline. This was a physiological reaction caused by overthinking. Speaking of which, he did not say that they could cause trouble immediately. This guy. Forget it. Let them cause trouble. Hui and Feng looked at each other. Seeing him nod, they turned to Mu Tsongyuan and the others and said, Most of the troops have left the tranquil wasteland. Let's go. Mu Tsongyuan and the others were stunned. Their eyes were dull. How did you know? Ugh, we have our own ways to confirm and judge. Hui pointed in the direction of the capital of God. They're leading 1,000 fortress-class great demon crows toward the capital of God. They'll arrive in about half an hour. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go. Let's cause trouble. Mu Tsongyuan and the others turned their heads and looked into the distance. After a while, they saw a cloud of smoke shooting toward the capital of God like a cannonball. They were even more stunned. Yun Nuoxing clenched her hands. Then we'll follow the original plan. You guys go up and we'll go down. We'll gather in front of their base. If something happens along the way, we'll use all our strength to shoot a blast of energy into the sky. The bigger the commotion, the better. That way, both sides will know what's going on. Let's fight. Let's fight. Siyu also raised her right hand and shouted. After she shouted, the group of people turned into streaks of light and rushed toward the southwest. Their speed was so fast that they disappeared from sight in an instant. Mu Tsongyuan and the others were a little stunned. They had never seen anyone rush into the secluded wasteland with such a playful attitude. Even if they were courting death, they would be more serious. However, they were like they were on a spring outing. The dark clouds covered the sky like a black curtain. The cold aura from the dark aura made the expressions of Yun Nuoxing and the others change slightly. They all looked back at Fei Tsue and Lu Xiaoqiu at the same time. The two girls didn't need to come. After all, it was a dangerous thing to go deep into the enemy's camp. They knew that their combat strength was not enough to be of use, so they didn't plan to come. However, when Yun Nuoxing and the others said that they needed a tour guide to guide them, the two girls had no choice but to follow. Fei Tsue was looking around worriedly. Lu Xiaoqiu looked calm, as if there was nothing to be afraid of. The order barrier has been opened. They'll be fine. Hui said to everyone through soul transmission. I didn't expect the demonized energy in the quiet wasteland to have such a high level of order power. This is the surprise that Little Green said, right? That guy suddenly became naughty and didn't say it clearly. Ahem, no wonder Fei Tsue said that this place is a little different. However, the air is overflowing with order power. This doesn't seem to be common, right? A series of troublesome methods are needed to make the order power manifest in the real world. Xiao Shi nodded gently in response to the topic. It's almost like extracting a kind of power from the environment of the void. To make it manifest in the real world for a long time, it needs a carrier. Obviously, its carrier is the demonized energy. The two have been mixed together and are inseparable. This part of the order power will spread throughout the entire quiet wasteland along with the flow of the demonized energy. Perhaps that's also the reason why the demonized energy that carries order power has been unable to continue expanding the quiet wasteland. When it gets infected with order power, it has already become an order-level matter. It's an incident where order erodes order. The concentration of order power in the quiet wasteland alone is not enough to support it to continue expanding and spreading outwards. Although the level of order power is quite high, the quantity is not enough. It's like a domain with insufficient energy. Unless the domain itself has undergone special adjustments, there won't be a situation where one place has more energy than the other. Looking at it now, the deeper we go, the denser the demonized energy is. The same is true for the order power as well. The inner circle, the middle circle, and the outer circle. That's how it's divided, right? Hui nodded and said, in other words, a certain amount of order power is needed to ensure that these three circles expand according to the same proportion. Right now, it doesn't have enough order power, so it can't expand. Little Hour nodded slightly to express her affirmation. Although the level of order power that the demonized energy in this place was still considered high, the concentration was still not enough. It was too thin. If the total amount of order power remained the same and spread outwards evenly, the order power would become thinner and thinner. In the end, it would not be able to support its own existence and disintegrate. Meanwhile, the three circles obviously needed to ensure that the concentration of order power in their own area was maintained. That was a major prerequisite. Therefore, the reason why the quiet wasteland was only so big was because it could not hold on any longer and would disintegrate on its own. On the other hand, this condition allowed it to protect the total amount of order power very well, preventing it from spreading out of the quiet wasteland. Before they came in, they did not feel the existence of order power at all. Probably because the space directly manifested the order power, it made the space feel a little heavier, making it slightly distorted, as if the scene in the distance was drifting in and out of existence under high temperature. The entire land was filled with the darkness of death that had been tainted by the demonized energy. Unlike the desolation of the chaos wasteland in other places, the only attribute that was given here was death. In the real land of death, there was not a single thing that could be called life. The only things that were allowed to exist were rugged rocks, rifts, and the black land. "There is a ruin in front of us." Emerald pointed to the front and said to remind everyone. Then she waved her hand and was a little curious. "It's strange. Why is my body not heavy when I enter the wasteland this time? I feel like I can come and go freely, and I don't have that nauseating feeling." When she finished speaking, she noticed that there was a thin layer of golden transparent barrier on her body. She suddenly understood something. She turned her head and saw Hui Jing grinning at her with a reassuring smile. She immediately felt relieved. What a group of magical guys. It seems that nothing can stop them. A few minutes later, a ruin suddenly appeared on the ground in front of them. Large and small debris scattered all over the ground. Facing them, there stood a hall that was more than 10,000 feet tall. The whole body was shining with a faint yellow light. Obviously, it was made of the kind of energy crystal that had not been analyzed yet. The front of the hall looked very strict and had a cold taste of judgment. However, when they looked at the side, they found that the left, right, and rear of the hall had actually collapsed. Only the front of the hall was left for them to see. If there was no accident, the ruins on the ground were formed after the collapse of the hall. It's the ruins of the last 2 generations. Emerald lowered her voice and waved her hand to signal everyone to stop. If we get closer, we will see a layer of barrier. If we directly go through it, our soul will be attacked. We have to break the barrier first. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion of energy sounded in front of them. The dazzling golden light converged into a huge golden ball of energy. It was like a rising sun. Fei Chui's sluggish face and Lu Xiaoqiu's calm and smiling face were illuminated very brightly. Hui turned his head. "Ah? What did you just say?" Let's go in quickly." Chapter 1992. The golden sun lasted for more than 10 seconds before suddenly dissipating. At this time, half of the main hall of the ruins had been blown up. Yun Nuoxing had every reason to believe that this guy had casually thrown out an energy blast under extreme circumstances. Looking at the movement, the upper half of the main hall of the ruins had disappeared really cleanly, leaving behind a perfect arc-shaped gap that would fit perfectly with the top of a ball. Why did he need to use such a level of energy blast to tear down the barrier? Speaking of which, if the ruins had been torn down, what else were they looking for? They did not seem to see the former Lord Shadow here. "Bastards! Come out and die!" Hui laughed loudly and descended from the sky. He ran on the ruins formed by the main hall and the main hall. He stepped on the ground and the ground shook. A large number of extremely exaggerated cracks spread to the distance, and some fragments were lifted into the sky. He held a shield on his left and a sword on his right. He put on a posture with an expression of charging and breaking through enemy lines. He was about to kill in all directions, and then in the next second, he froze. "There's not even a single person in this broken place. Who are you putting on a posture for?" Yun Nuoxing led people down from the sky. She rolled her eyes at Hui, who had been frozen into a sculpture, and pointed at the main hall that had disappeared more than half. "Besides, don't you know how to protect cultural relics? Is your energy blast used to tear down the barrier or to tear down the ruins?" "No, we seem to be here to tear down the ruins," Yun Nuoxing said and was startled. Then, she waved her hand. "You have to wait for me to check before you tear it down. What if you're too excited and blow up the Lord Shadow? You silly girl." Hui squatted in the corner and drew circles, muttering as he drew. From his muttering, it was easy to hear words such as, "I'm a paratrooper," "Suddenly the higher-ups are not doing proper business," "Sorry, I was wrong," and so on. Although his back view looked pitiful, everyone felt that he would jump up and continue to cause trouble in less than 2 seconds. So, they simply treated him as a grayish-white human background and spread out to look for things that might be worth paying attention to in the ruins. Ling, there are traces of activity. Little Hour pulled him to turn his head and looked at the remaining half of the temple. After the left, right, and rear sides of the temple collapsed into pieces, the remaining part looked like a wall that had been carefully decorated. Of course, it looked exquisite from the outside, but from the inside it was just a broken wall with a lot of cracks. There were also a few 3 to 5 meters long building blocks that could be used as platforms. They were probably the floor of the temple. Currently, there were only 3 platforms left. Little Hour pointed at the bottom of the entire wall. On the first, second, and third platforms near the bottom of the broken wall, there were some things left. At first glance, they did not know what they were, but they contained a lot of energy. They were probably energy creations. Other than that, there were some clothes and other daily necessities. Tattered cloaks, pierced clothes and pants, half-broken armors, and incomplete armors. From these bits and pieces, there was no telling how many people were here. Not everyone would take out their things and put them outside. Most of the time, they would keep their things in their pockets and put them out. They would either be the leader's things or useless decorations. Why are they all broken things? Siyu walked up and fiddled with them for a while. Suddenly, Mei Mao's eyes lit up. She took out a piece of armor that was still in good condition and showed it to Little Star. "Little Star, look at this. The energy traces are very clear. It was not long ago. It should have been carried by someone recently." Yun Nuoshing took it in his hand. It was a piece of white pauldron. It was very light. When he touched it, he could clearly feel the energy reaction. However, it was relatively weak. After all, it was just a defective item. The energy would disappear after a while. He just looked at it for a while and then went to Faidui. He touched her with his arm and handed the piece to her. "Look at this. Is it yours?" Faidui subconsciously took the piece of armor and looked at it. She was stunned. Her eyes widened. It is indeed the light armor used by the temple warriors. But the energy... Well, it has been eroded by the demonic energy. You found it here? Yun Nuoshing pointed in the direction of the corner of the wall and nodded lightly. Then, she saw her pretty face change again, and her voice was low. "Maybe. After the warriors of the great shrine died, they were brought here by them." Siyu was slightly startled. "I remember you told us that the demonized people can also infect corpses with the demonic energy and turn them into demonized life forms. Is it resurrection?" Emerald sighed and nodded her head. Her usual liveliness had disappeared. "In the previous battle, we saw our comrades who came back from the dead. Without exception, they were all infected with the demonic energy. They all became one of us and continued to fight. But this time they targeted us. In fact, the people of the demonized clan were originally our compatriot. It's just that for various reasons they were infected with the demonic energy." Sigh. "After becoming a demonized life form, their perception will also change. It should be because of the influence of the demonic energy. Even if a familiar person appears in front of us, we can clearly see that he has changed. He is no longer the person we knew. The real him has fallen in the battle. He died gloriously in the battle. When he appears on the battlefield again, he is just a demonized life form." Faidui gently put the piece of armor in her hand in the palm of her hand. She rubbed it hard. When she opened her hand again, the piece had turned into energy particles and dissipated into the air. Yun Nuoshing waited for her to finish speaking. He calmed down a little. Then he said softly, "The building materials used in the ruins of the previous generation and the ruins of the previous generation are the same? Are they all the same kind of energy crystals?" The ruins they saw in the northern region were the ruins of the previous generation. Just like the ruins of the previous 2 generations, they were all made of khaki energy crystals. As for the style, although one was buried underground and the other was on the ground, if one looked carefully, they could tell that the style of the 2 was actually similar. Ah, that's right, Emerald quickly replied. But not only these 2 generations, the previous 3 generations and the previous 4 generations also used the same kind of energy crystals. However, the structure of the 1st and 2nd generation energy crystals and the 3rd and 4th generation energy crystals are only 70% similar. There is a slight difference in the internal structure, which makes them different in all aspects. Although the manager judged that they are indeed the same kind of energy crystals, the color and smell of the 2 are not the same. The relics of the previous 3 generations and the previous 4 generations are generally cyan in color. Compared with the relics of the previous 2 generations, the style is completely different. Between the 3rd and 4th generation energy crystals and the 1st and 2nd generation energy crystals, only the energy crystals belong to the same kind. Last time we saw the underground relics of the previous generation, this time we saw the relics of the previous 2 generations on the surface. You should be able to distinguish them and see the similar traces. After the disaster, it was difficult to find anything. They could only rely on bits of cognitive fragments to try to piece together what they knew according to their own preferences, resulting in changes in style and so on. Although each experience was called a generation break and thus divided into several eras, in fact, it was only after experiencing 2 eras that a generation break occurred. After the break, the things corresponding to the previous 2 eras were almost forgotten. Even if they had the time to search and recall in the future, they would have no time to deal with the situation. Even if those things that had disappeared were to see the light of day again, they were just unfamiliar things to them. But after the break, the things that corresponded to the previous 2 eras were almost forgotten. Even if they had the time to search and recall in the future, they would have no time to deal with the situation. Even if those things that had disappeared were to see the light of day again, they were just strangers to them. Thinking about it, he suddenly said, "Have you found any ruins of the previous 5 generations?" No. Fidui shook her head. She looked at the center of the secluded wasteland and said, "Maybe it will be in the center of the wasteland. It is a completely unknown place that no one has ever set foot in. It is also the place that everyone speculates is the real reason for the formation of the secluded wasteland." Okay. Yun Nuashing let out a long breath, slowly took out the rhythm of light and pointed to the front. Then let's quickly solve this matter. Let's go to the center and have a look. Fei Tsue and Lu Xiaoqiu were speechless. They were already used to it, but they were still not used to it. Can't this person say something that is not scary? The first thing she said is so exciting. The center of the secluded wasteland is not a simple place like the outer circle. If they enter there, they are even worried that they will be crushed into a pile of meat paste by the rich demonic energy. How is it? Did you find anything? Hui and Ning Fei walked around the ruins and came back. When they heard what they were talking about, they quickly came over. Yun Nuashing shrugged. "I found something useless, so I sorted out my thoughts. What about you guys?" Hui turned his head to look at the ruins, pursed his lips and thought for a while. He looked at Fei Tsue and asked, "Compared to the ruins of the previous 2 generations, it seems that there is more soul power in them?" "Yes." Emerald recovered from her daze and nodded her head. "You blew up the barrier before I finished my words. It's a barrier that can cause harm to the soul. It's the power of the relics from the last 2 generations and even before that. The ruins of the previous 2 generations and the 3rd and 4th generations all have soul power?" Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. Seeing Fei Tsue nodding to confirm what she said, she could not help but frown. "So what you mean is, the power that should have existed was lost after the previous 2 generations. But we can still use the soul power now?" "Well, we can still use it. But didn't you find that there is no trace of soul power in our creations at this time? Fei smiled bitterly and patted her cheeks. She looked worried, because it has been forgotten. It is a lost skill. We have tried to use our own methods to add the power of the soul into it, but it is futile. If we forcibly add the power of the soul into the main creations, it will either reduce the power and functionality of the creations by a lot or directly damage them. The existence of creations depends on the source of the structure and the method of creation. If there is a special limitation to the creation, if we forcibly add superfluous things that should not exist in it, it will naturally change in a bad direction. Xiao Xiao said softly, instead of forcibly twisting it, it is better to remake it. Ah, that's what it means. Generation gap, this is a true generation gap. Generation after generation has passed, as if everything has been completely forgotten, only the existence of demonized beings has never disappeared or been forgotten. Unlucky. In short, they were as unlucky as they were. The order of the void was the same. What should be broken was broken, and what should be disappeared disappeared. In the end, only the enemies were still clearly visible, and the rest had disappeared. Yun Nuoxing sighed in her heart. She turned her head and looked in another direction. Let's go. Since there is nothing here, let's go to the next place. Fei Cui hurriedly pulled her back. Wait, we still have to destroy this ruin. She looked back at the ruins, gritted her teeth, and said helplessly, although the original intention was to destroy, I still feel that it is a waste. But at this time, we do not have the time to look for the core bit by bit. So far, we have not found any other core except for the previous generation of ruins. This ruin is also still in operation. It has been broken into pieces, but it is still holding on. Well, anyway, let's destroy it first. Leave it to me. Okay, Yun Nuoxing responded. The energy that spread out quickly flowed along the entire ruin. In less than 2 seconds, the entire ruin was covered. The specific appearance of the ruin was also clearly seen. There was no underground part, and there was no hidden part. Just like what Fei Cui said, it was very strange that they could not find the core. In short, the entire ruin was covered with energy. She raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Well, in short, let's sink. Everyone was shocked when they saw that he had taken action without saying a word. A clear and bright energy halo exploded under his feet and flashed past. A strong energy emerged in an instant. The crack in the ruins that Hui had created with his foot shone with an extremely bright light, as if there was a sun hidden under the ground that was ready to move. Now was the time to shine on everything. You should at least wait for us to leave before sinking this place. Hui screamed on the spot. He hurriedly pulled the others to hold up the energy shield and flew out. The group of people also exclaimed and scrambled out of the ruin. They exerted all their strength and barely managed to fly out of the ruin. Before they could turn around, they felt a sudden burst of energy from the ground. The entire ruin was engulfed by the bright light of energy that soared into the sky. It was as if a fire had engulfed the entire hall from the bottom to the top. The front of the ruin was bursting with energy shockwaves one after another under the cracked ground, blasting a hole in the ground. He also accurately directed all the shockwaves of the explosion into the ground, so that even if they were standing in front of him, they did not feel the violent tremors of the sky collapsing. They could only watch the entire ruin disintegrate little by little in the bright light of the explosion. Along with the ground, the ruins fell into the big hole that had just been blasted out, turning into flying debris and sinking into the ground. The sound of the debris shattering was as dull as thunder. Stable, efficient, and most of the noise pollution and unnecessary shock waves are eliminated. Yun Nuoxing turned to look at everyone expressionlessly. He suddenly swung his hand and gave a thumbs up. Professional explosion, straightforward and efficient. Don't you want to give a good review? Everyone rolled their eyes. just based on the fact that he started the explosion before they went out. Not giving him a bad review was already giving him face. After being despised by everyone for a while, Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly. When he was about to walk forward to the next ruin, a sudden vibration made everyone's expression change. Shuang Shuang, who had just come to his side, lost her balance and fell into his arms. She quickly said, "Isn't there no vibration?" Vibration. Yun Nuoshing's eyes flickered as he looked at the ground. He was slightly stunned and shook his head. "It's a vibration, but it's not caused by me. Stand still first, the vibration may continue for a while." The solid ground shook gently under the continuous vibration, as if someone had stepped on a surfboard and arched high against the waves. The surrounding ground also twisted up and down. Huge cracks suddenly bloomed on the ground in all directions. The pit that was just pressed out also split open again. Countless rocks jumped out of the stone wall and hit the opposite stone wall with a loud bang. After sensing that something was wrong, everyone quickly flew into the air and looked down at the ground, watching it tremble and spread out. The ground in the distance suddenly split open and erupted with waves of dust. The movement was so big that everyone was shocked and uncertain. They all subconsciously looked at the guy who had just done it, making him sweat profusely. "This really wasn't done by me." Yun Nuoshing waved his hand vigorously to clear himself of suspicion. "Just now, there was something under the ground that destroyed the destructive power and energy impact that I threw down. Then, there was a sudden feedback of pure energy impact. The movement was much bigger than the energy that I poured out." As soon as his voice fell, everyone saw that the noodle-like ground gradually calmed down. Looking at the ground that had changed drastically, they felt strange. We looked down at the ground for a while, and studied the traces of destruction for a while. He nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, it wasn't caused by Maple. If it was Maple's energy explosion that caused this, there should be a big hole in the ground now. It shouldn't be filled with potholes and countless cracks. The cracks in the ground are scattered all over the place. It seems to be a phenomenon caused by the impact. I already said that it wasn't me. If I really wanted to sink this place, I wouldn't have used so little energy." Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and smiled bitterly. "Forget it. Let's go to the next place." The nearest ruin was not too far away. From afar, it looked like another temple from 2 generations ago. However, this one was relatively well preserved. Only a part of it had collapsed. No matter what the reason for the tremors just now was, it was impossible for it not to be discovered. However, there was still no one in this ruin. They rushed over and tore the soul barrier with their hand. After collectively landing, there was still no one who came out to greet them. Not a single person. Yun Nuoshing flew up and kicked a 10-meter-tall stone into the hall. There was a loud explosion. It did not hit the energy barrier, nor did it startle a group of frightened birds. So he nodded to everyone. "Really, no one. These guys are too careless. Did they use all their forces to attack the capital of God at once?" Hui scratched his head. "They don't even want their old home." "Ugh, Feng, I suddenly remembered that time when a certain crazy family wanted to switch homes with us." "Don't mention it. I remember it too. Damn it." Yun Nuoshing grimaced and asked Emerald, "Are we just here to tear down their homes? Not a single person?" "I'm not too sure about that either." Emerald lowered her head and muttered, "Anyway, we just want to tear down the ruins or destroy them so that they can't be activated. This is the purpose of our raid on the tranquil wasteland. As for whether there is anyone inside, I'm not sure. There are no spies. But since you said that they sent out 1,000 fortress-like great demons, I'm afraid they are really going all out." "I don't know about the capital of God." Emerald thought for a while and shook her head vigorously. "Whatever. We just need to tear down the ruins that have already been activated." She waved her hand and pointed at the hall in front of them. "Tear it down." Boom. There was a loud explosion. A colorful beam of energy shot out from the ground and swallowed the hall in front of them into a torrent of energy. Not even the remains of the hall could be seen. Yun Nuashing clapped her hands and said, "Next." Once again, the earth quaked and the mountains shook, causing them to be shocked. Before the tremors became more intense, they had already rushed into the sky. When they saw a wave of dust on the ground rushing into the distance, all of them widened their eyes and looked at a certain explosive maniac. This time, I threw all the energy into the sky. Yun Nuashing raised her hand and pointed at the sky, her face calm, but the feedback energy still came out. I think it has something to do with the ruins and has nothing to do with how to destroy them. Is the ruins related to the tranquil wasteland? Emerald looked at the ground shaking violently in front of her and lowered her head, thinking. In the end, she could only shake her head in distress. I'm not sure. I don't know anything about this. Destroying the ruins in the tranquil wasteland is also our first attempt. In the past, we would slowly investigate the ruins when we see them. But this time, in order to suppress the power of the demons, we can't think too much about it. Maybe this is a new phenomenon. Anyway, let's record it first and see what the situation is when we see it. This time, the tremor lasted for about 10 minutes before it slowly stopped. It was also when the earth stopped shaking that they felt another tremor coming from afar before they could move. They all turned their gazes to the north at the same time. It should be Mu Tsongyuan and the others. Hui shaded his eyes with his hand and looked out for a while. Across the dust-covered sky, he saw the shining light over there. They have also demolished the ruins, and the movement has spread over here. It seems that every time they demolish a ruin, there will be a small earthquake. Maple, is it still a pure energy explosion? Yun Nuashing nodded and pointed downwards. There was a quick explosion of pure energy in the depths of the ground, blowing up the ground into smithereens. Right now, the ground is full of potholes. If the earthquake is stronger, we might see the entire quiet wasteland collapsing. Lu Xiaoqiu could not help but say, I feel like something unexpected is going to happen. Yun Nuashing spat out a mouthful of water and covered his face that was wrinkled like a walnut. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. But, well, it was normal to have accidents, not to mention the strange movements in front of him. Every relic shook. If there was no deeper reason behind this, he would not believe it. An accident was an accident. It was because it was unexpected that it was called an accident, even if they were prepared to deal with the accident. If we continue to go deeper, we will see the ruins of the last 3 generations. Feitsue looked deeper. We are approaching the center circle. In the past, the pressure would increase sharply when we reached the center circle. She looked at Hui and Feng Ling and said with a smile, but this time, it might be easier? Oh, don't worry. There will be no problem. Hui showed his 8 big teeth and smiled brightly. As long as we don't encounter that kind of thing, we can help you even if the sky falls. Yun Nuashing and the others looked at him in horror. This guy is talking nonsense again. If something big happens later, we must beat him up. From their current position, it would only take them a few minutes to enter the middle circle from the outer circle. Then, the moment they entered the middle circle, everyone felt their faces darkened. They were like fish rushing up against a waterfall, rushing from a shallow beach into a more turbulent and huge river. The demonic aura that hit their faces made them slightly put on a serious expression. Both Feitsue and Lu Xiaoqiu were uncomfortable, but with the help of Hui and the others, they withstood the pressure and showed no signs of worsening. The suppression of the demonic energy of the beginner premier level and the power of order has increased by more than 10 times. TSK. No wonder Feitsue was so scared that she did not dare to speak when we talked about the inner circle. According to this situation, the inner circle will be suppressed by the demonic energy of the mid-level premier and the power of order, we said to everyone in the soul message. After entering the center circle, the light between heaven and earth dimmed a little. The dark clouds stained with demonic energy covered the top of their heads, making them feel breathless. They did not move forward for long before they caught sight of a huge shadow. It was a behemoth that had lost most of its light under the cover of the dark clouds. It was a ruin of the last 3 generations with a blue color. It was a circular ruin with a radius of at least 1,000 miles and a height of 100,000 feet. There were only a few very simple things in the layout of the ruin: the ground and the green energy pillars. Those pillars fell to the left and right of each other, with the apex touching, and the whole thing supported the ground in a triangular shape. Such things were placed all the way from the edge of the circular ruin to the center of the ruin in an arc, forming a triangular pillar corridor. Looking down from the sky, it was clear that the 8 pillar corridors were arranged in the shape of a vortex, and at the very center, dozens of huge green energy pillars stood erect, pointing to the sky. They were 100,000 feet high. No, the inner circle did not seem to be simple pillars. Looking up slightly to look at the top, it looked more like a memorial arch or a torii. There were a total of 8 of them, which corresponded to the 8 pillar corridors. It looks weird. Hui scratched his head and glanced at the center. Suddenly, he pointed down and said, "Look down. There's someone. Finally, I see other things that can breathe." In the center of the ruin, under the 8 memorial archways, there stood 8 figures with surging demonic energy. The energy in their bodies surged and condensed into an energy thread extending toward the center, entangling with each other. The demonic energy passed along the energy thread and condensed into a black energy ball about 10 feet in size in the center. Because the light of the energy ball was relatively weak and small, they did not pay much attention to the group of people gathered in the center. Their eyes were all on the tall pillars around them. 8 low-level premier close to the peak. Hui clenched his fists and a moment later waved his hand. "Justice from heaven! Smash them to the ground! Blow them to the ground!" Siyu cheered excitedly. She was the first to turn into a 5-colored meteor and fall from the sky, crashing into the ruins with earth-shattering energy. Screams that were caught off guard rang out from the dust and smoke rolled up by the explosion of energy. Hui was a step slower and fell to the ground to offer a second round of energy explosion for the smoke and dust. Then, he was stunned and shouted in the soul transmission, "Phone! When you bring the 2 little girls down, put a layer of spiritual shield on them. There are spiritual interference and spiritual attacks here. Their resistance to spiritual attacks doesn't seem to be too high." Just as Yun Nuoshing was about to bring his men down, he heard this and hurriedly turned around to put a spiritual barrier on them. Fortunately, it was banned from the competition and could not be beaten. Otherwise, he would definitely be hit if he rushed down with his men first. "Bastard! What are you doing? Stop!" Gloomy and angry voices came from the billowing dust and smoke. The ear-piercing whistling of energy tore through the dust, and waves of demonic energy were thrown out crazily without aiming, as if they had gone berserk. "Idiot! Hit this side!" Hui used his big shield to withstand the energy impact, and a shield slam sent the demonized person in front of him flying with the energy torrent. The golden energy and demonized energy accompanied by a weak origin aura erupted at this time, and the impact annihilated it in an instant. "Stop, bastard! You're digging your own grave!" As soon as he killed one person, he immediately turned around. 2 figures with ferocious faces and bloodshot eyes pounced at him like mad dogs. They bared their fangs as if they really wanted to bite him. Seeing this, he couldn't help but grimace as well. Just as he was about to use the Guardian's sacred sword to deal a blow to them, Blue Phoenix descended with crimson flames. The Nethervoid sword nailed one of them to the ground. Her right hand exerted force with the Nethervoid sword as she elegantly turned around. A crescent of flames shot out and devoured the other figure. "Thanks, little Phoenix." Hui gave her a thumbs up and laughed. Feng Qinghuang stuck out her tongue and turned around to look at other places. Her team had fallen from the sky and caught the 8 people off guard. Even with her level, she could have won easily. The most important thing was that they didn't expect that someone would come to steal from them at this time. She turned around and looked at the center of the ruin. There was a 3-meter-wide ball of energy that was releasing dark clouds. It was releasing an extremely uncomfortable aura. She was about to ask if she should destroy it, but the 8 threads of energy slowly disappeared as the 8 people who were guarding the ruin disappeared. The ball of energy in the center of the ruin stopped rolling, and a sleeping aura was slowly released, which made her vigilant. She held the Netherworld sword in front of her and shouted, "Be careful, there is something inside." "This is..." Emerald looked at the ball of energy and frowned. "I have never seen it before. Does this ruin have this kind of function? What was it originally used for?" Emerald lowered her head and scratched the ground with her feet. "I don't know." Everyone was speechless. You didn't say anything." Chapter 1993. The energy cluster condensed by the demonized energy gradually stopped rolling. It began to release the energy condensed inside, as if its heart had been dug out. It turned into a circle of huge black ripples that quickly spread in all directions. In just a moment it rushed out of the ruins. The sharp whistling sound of the energy was as noisy as the sound of the storm raging in the world. With the release of the majestic demonized energy, the volume of the energy ball suddenly shrank by more than half. The overall structure began to disintegrate, throwing out large pieces of rich energy fragments. It looked similar to the appearance of a star when it exploded. It was also when the whole body was peeled off and was about to dig out the center. The light of the demonized energy suddenly flashed, and a burst of dense and crazy demonized energy rushed over everyone, causing them to take a small step back. They quickly looked at the center. Before they could see what was inside, a cold roar accompanied by a violent and powerful energy suddenly exploded, making them stunned for a moment. "Who dares to interrupt? You? What did you bunch of motley crew do? You have destroyed everything." A young man wearing a black cloak appeared in the explosion of the energy cluster. His figure was a bit abnormally strong. His head was small and his body was big, looking like an inflated balloon. His eyes were also the standard black-red eyes. Oh, not the standard. At first glance it looked like he had fallen into madness. The demonized energy was surging like a tsunami, constantly washing over, causing obvious distortions in the space. The majestic and mighty aura made everyone cry in their hearts. "Bastard! I will fill you up on the wasteland to make up for these losses." The young man in the cloak roared, and suddenly rushed out like a cannonball. The exploding wave of demonized energy rushed toward everyone standing in all directions, while his body rushed straight toward Hui. The demonized energy condensed into a hammer the size of a city gate and smashed toward Hui's face. "You can find anyone but me. I'm just a shield. Can you slap me away?" Hui curled his lips and made a clicking sound from his mouth. He casually condensed the Guardian's shield and blocked it in front of him. The huge, oppressive heavy hammer came unexpectedly and hit the big shield heavily. The explosive energy cracked the ruins under his feet. His arm did not tremble, and he immediately started to fight back. "Silly, hit my shield fiercely." "Ah!" Bang! The second impact of the explosion of the demonic energy on the sledgehammer sent Hui Lianren flying with his shield. Yun Nuoxing saw a black shadow flash, and a guardian was embedded in the pillar. Looking at the dumbfounded look on his face with the shield in his left hand, it seemed that he had really been smashed silly by the hammer. Everyone who was hit in the face by the wave of demonization saw a certain someone being sent flying away. Their expressions were a little strange. Just as they were about to go up and beat the person up, the demonized cloaked person used the same trick again to block the attacks of the others. Then, He suddenly appeared in front of Feng Qinghuang and smashed down with his hammer. The earth-shattering impact stunned Feng Qinghuang. Instinctively, she raised the nether-void sword and swung it forward with blazing flames. She barely managed to block the powerful hammer. Clang! The deafening sound was accompanied by the wave of demonized energy that hit the ground of the ruins. The ground where Feng Qinghuang was standing was smashed into a crater with a radius of 100 feet. Before she could take the initiative to attack, the shadow of the hammer continued to bombard her. She could only fight back hastily. The impact of the two weapons smashed the ground down layer by layer, and the ground cracked into the shape of an hourglass. Once again, the impact of the collision lifted the ground up into the sky. Feng Qinghuang felt that her hands were a little numb. She quickly retreated. Just as she returned to the ground from the crater, the demonized man in the cloak followed her like a ghost. The demonized energy condensed into an energy crystal that looked like an awl on the hammer that was the size of a city gate. The energy coming at her face made her feel a little like Little Star. She quickly raised the Netherworld Ruins sword in front of her. Clang! The hammer with the crystal hit the Netherworld Ruins sword. The explosion of energy turned Feng Qinghuang into a pink meteor and flew into the sky. Just as she was about to hit the pillar, Yun Nuoxing appeared behind her and used her as a cushion. Yun Nuoxing hugged Feng Qinghuang to counteract the impact. Yun Nuoxing looked at the girl in her arms and shrugged. I can't believe I was at a disadvantage in a head-on collision. Feng Qinghuang's pretty face blushed. She tilted her head and said embarrassedly, I can't catch up with him. I'm not strong enough to fight against a mid-tier yuansher in my sealed state. But I feel that unless I return to my original state, I won't be able to catch up with him. That's strange. He is so far away from the peak of the mid-tier. Why, you don't walk the path of pure strength. You are also a master of energy. But compared to Siyu and Shuang, you have the ability to charge and break through enemy lines. Also, unlike me, you don't have the ability to convert energy into pure strength. You just can't use it to attack. That's one of the reasons. Another reason, Yun Nuoxing explained. She looked at the demonized man in the cloak, who was being beaten up by Siyu and Shuang. Her eyes flashed. His unusual energy was activated by force. It should have something to do with him being hung in the air. His energy came from somewhere else, but we can't find the source yet. Are you going to switch the form of your energy? She asked in a low voice. Yes. To switch the form of your energy, you have to convert your energy into an attack with a special nature. You can convert your energy into an equal amount or more than its basic strength. You can also give your energy a special aura. Just like my army breaking bow form. Under normal circumstances, every attack I make is mainly about penetrating and inducing an explosion of energy. It's not just about using pure strength to break the enemy. That's another form of energy. Feng Qinghuang thought for a while. She turned around and looked into his eyes. She whispered, I want to learn. Oh my, really? When Yun Nuoxing heard this, he became excited. But after a while, he calmed down. Cough cough. Let's see what the situation is when the time comes. This is an important branch of energy. And don't force it. Cough cough, I'm a little excited. Hearing this makes me feel good. I want to go down and beat someone up. Feng Qinghuang blinked at Mei Mao and handed the Netherworld Ruins sword to Little Star. The latter smiled and patted her head. It's okay. Just hold on to it. I can use the rhythm of light. Besides, I don't have to do it now. Don't even think about running away. The heavy hammer smashed the earth, and the energy tsunami that burst out knocked back the several people who were surrounding him. He shook off the oncoming waves with his sword and rushed out like an arrow of light. A shield smashed into the former, and the natural barrier that was condensed by the surging demonized energy around his body heavily collided with each other. This guy is really thick-skinned. Hui roared. His body exploded with golden light. Sacred shock. The golden energy storm exploded at 0 distance. The area that was covered by the demonic energy was shrouded in golden light. The cloaked man could feel the golden waves hitting his body at 0 distance. He let out a roar. He threw down his hammer and punched the guardian's shield. The explosion of the demonic energy and the sacred shock mixed together. The two of them trembled at the same time. Hui, step back. Shuang Shuang, see you, little hour, beat him up. Maple's voice rang in Huey's mind, causing him to grimace. With a loud cry, he released his left hand and punched the guardian's shield. Half of the shield instantly cracked, and the broken fragments immediately turned into golden chains that tied up the cloaked man and his hammer. Then, he hurriedly retreated. Hit him! Beat him up! I'm running! When the cloaked man saw that he was tied up and running away, his expression changed immediately. He roared and used all his strength to break free from the chains on his body. He was holding the hammer in his hand. Before he could do anything, a mighty 5-colored energy fell from the sky like a beam of light. It pressed him to the ground with a huge force. Purple and gold oval-like things appeared one by one in the space beside him. A cold energy also quietly filled the surroundings. Disintegrate! The thunder-like explosion erupted perfectly under the condensation of the 3 energies, shaking the whole world. The continuous eruption of energy set off layers of waves, digging layer after layer of the ruins. The pit that had just been blown up was almost buried. After experiencing so many energy explosions, the triangular pillars in the ruins had been torn apart, or had been washed into powder by the energy impact and dissipated with the wind. Only the 8 things in the center, which looked like a memorial arch and a torii, were still standing. One of the pillars still had a complete human-shaped imprint, which was left by Hui when he was embedded in it. The energy storm lasted for about half a minute before slowly dissipating. The smoke and dust were gently swept away. A big pit appeared near the center of the ruins. However, the figure of the demonized cloaked man was nowhere to be seen. There was no aura of the demonic energy in it. That's it. Hui took the lead and landed on the edge of the big pit. He glanced at everyone who followed him and then grinned at Maple. You didn't help me hit him. This guy's strength is very strange. He could actually send me flying with a hammer. You guys didn't let me do it. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes back at him. What's more, I don't need to do it. You guys can kill him one-on-one. What's more, this time it's 5 against 1. How can he be killed? Although it's like that, it's not wrong. Just when they thought it was over and were chatting leisurely, the 8 memorial archways suddenly lit up with dazzling light. The blue light shone and made everyone startled. They saw that they suddenly erected a layer of thick energy barrier between heaven and earth. They were connected to each other and trapped this side of the space. Be careful, it's not over yet. Yun Nuoshing reminded them and immediately put an energy barrier on Fei Tsue and Lu Xiaoqiu. Everyone was about to disperse. Suddenly, a gust of wind formed by the demonized energy came from all directions. It seemed like the energy was violently pulled in from outside the barrier. It kept blowing them in the direction of the big pit. It looked like it was going to push them into the pit. Yun Nuoshing felt the movement of the energy and immediately found the direction. She glanced at the ground, then suddenly raised her head. She didn't know when a huge mass of demonized energy appeared in the air. At this moment, it was crazily gathering the energy from the quiet wasteland. Because the light was dim, its aura was covered by the energy of the wasteland, so none of them could feel the movement of this energy. At this moment, they were all startled. The demonized cloaked man stood under the energy mass. He was holding the energy mass with his hand. When he noticed that they saw him, he couldn't help but let out a low sneer. Come closer. Come closer. Don't even think about escaping. You will be buried under the ground of the wasteland and become a part of it. The energy mass that had quietly condensed to the limit suddenly released its movement at this moment. After a sudden flash of aurora, the dark light filled the whole sealed space in an instant. Burn! The energy mass that suddenly burst out poured the destructive energy and the impact of the impact accurately downward. The blooming energy storm engulfed the entire space and was completely confined to one side of the space, increasing the power of the energy explosion countless times. He looked at the surging waves of demonized energy below him and let out a long sigh. He muttered to himself, "A bunch of idiots who don't know their own strength. They actually dared to break into the wasteland while we were attacking. It's just as I expected." Feeling that there was no trace of life below him, he was about to disperse the energy here. Suddenly, he saw a ray of colorful light flashing in the place where the demonized energy roared. He rubbed his eyes, thinking that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Then, in the next moment, his body suddenly stiffened. He trembled all over as he lowered his head to look at the big hole that was suddenly dug out in his chest. The colorful energy was like a gangrene attached to the bone, corroding his body in the blink of an eye and exploding in an instant. It was like a colorful energy firework had exploded inside his body. The energy flashed out from his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes. It looked extremely terrifying. At this moment, his soul was also rapidly annihilated at this moment. "It's impossible." The raging demonized energy disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yun Nuoshing took the lead and walked out with a longbow in her hand. She just happened to see the demonized cloaked man fall from the sky and smash on the ground. We hurriedly ran over to take a look. He squatted down and touched the cloaked man for a while. Then, he shrugged to everyone and said, "It's gone. He's almost dead. When I removed my defense, I was hit directly by Yun Nuoshing. Even I would be seriously injured." Then he grinned and said to Maple, "You can't use less strength. Just a little bit will do. Look at him, he's so weird. I wanted to get some information from him." Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. "How would I know that he would tear down his own defense before it was over? Just now, when I saw your divine shock being completely neutralized, I felt that his defense was very strong, so naturally, I had to use some strength, right? But, what do you want to ask?" It's this strange power." We glanced at the guy who was about to die. "That power is not right. How can an ordinary mid-level premier have such violent power?" Tranquil wasteland. Yun Nuoshing replied softly. Everyone was stunned. They quickly looked at her with a shocked expression. She pointed at the ground below and said, "I felt it when he attacked just now. His power comes from the entire wasteland itself. He can use the demonized energy of the entire wasteland as he wishes. A territory advantage. Then it's not a problem to send us flying. This is like smashing the entire wasteland on my face." At the mention of smashing, everyone thought of the scene where that person swung a hammer and whizzed towards them. Their faces trembled. The strength of that hammer when it was swung was too shocking, and the oppressive feeling was extremely strong. "No wonder he's so strong." Feng Qinghuang lowered her head and muttered. She looked a little unconvinced. When Yun Nuoshing saw this, she couldn't help but smile and caress her face. In just 1 minute, the body of the demonized man was covered in energy and began to dissipate. The black energy particles and the normal white energy particles spiraled into the sky. In the end, his entire body melted into light. The remaining vast energy turned into a black and white airflow that rushed into the sky and spread out like a huge umbrella. Endless energy particles sprinkled over the entire wasteland and dyed the entire wasteland dreamlike. Yun Nuoshing looked at this grand scene for a while. Then she turned around and began to gather energy. She spread out a magic circle that covered the entire wasteland. After that, she clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. "All right, let's go. This time I'll remind you all." The group quickly moved to a distance. They turned back to look at the wasteland where the energy particles were still dancing. The magic circle on the ground began to operate. The colorful energy exploded and engulfed the entire wasteland. It quickly disintegrated and disappeared. Then, there was a tremor that shook the entire wasteland. And this time, the tremor seemed to be even more intense. They saw that the place where the energy exploded had collapsed into a crater with a radius of 100 miles. Demonized energy gushed out from the cracked ground. It was as if they had walked into a volcanic area and saw the spring and the heat boiling restlessly underground. The movement seems to be a little bigger. When the tremor subsided, we looked into the distance. The cracks extended as far as the tremor went. He had a feeling that the wasteland would be overturned as they uprooted the wasteland one by one. In the end, we still don't know what they're doing with the wasteland. Infusing energy, transforming, strengthening, it's probably something like that. Yun Nuoshing said softly. Anyway, the creation that gathers energy can only do that part of the work, right? Well, that's true. Hui grinned and scratched his head. Before moving forward, he first confirmed the situation over there through the soul communication. Little Green, how's the battle over there? Son of a bitch. Eat my energy saturation bombing. Brother over there, don't bring out the energy tower. It's too conspicuous. Oh, it's the energy tower of the previous generation, right? Then it's fine. Do as you please. Ha 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 ha. Sir, come and play. Come and hit me, silly. Don't be so heartless and just stare at that layer of cover without caring about others. Ha 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 ha. Hurrah. Flatten them. Hurrah. Come. Focus fire with me. Take down that archipelago in the sky. Take it down. Take it down. Take it down. Charge. Boom. Boom. Clang. 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 Everyone was speechless. These guys were getting carried away. There was no saving them. The only thing they could hear was that the battle was going well. Yes, they just did not know if the demonized were more resistant to demolition or the capital of God was more resistant to demolition. They also did not know which side they were demolishing. With a round of energy saturation bombing, they would probably demolish both. There were many ruins of the previous 3 generations in the quiet wasteland of the central circle. For the time being, they had not seen any ruins of the previous 4 generations. They did not know if it was in the same direction. Apart from the pillars and square, there was another kind of ruins of the previous 3 generations buried underground. It was an upside-down energy altar that was hundreds of miles wide. Its entire structure was dismantled and buried together with the earth. The inside of it was like a maze. When they reached the bottom, which was the top of the altar, they could tell what the whole thing was. It felt quite strange just by looking at it. In the end, although they found the core of the ruins, they still had to demolish the whole thing. Even if they destroyed the core, the ruins would not stop. It's still the same. It's useless to destroy the core of the ruins of the previous 3 generations. Emerald looked at the underground hall and looked at the 8 sharp claws hanging from the ceiling. They had been completely destroyed. At this moment they were still emitting thick smoke, but the whole space was still filled with dense demonic energy. All the relics in the secluded wasteland are in an active state. We have worked together to solve a lot of relics from the previous 3 generations. Every time we stopped the core, but the relics themselves were still operating. We can only use energy to melt them. Emerald said, I thought we would encounter something different this time. In terms of structure, although it does not have multiple cores, its structure seems to contain the structural rules of a core. Xiao Xiao reached out and touched the wall. You can think of it as a secondary structural core. It will continue to operate in an emergency. This kind of structure is usually used in battle to prevent the creation from losing its combat power after being damaged. Xiao Xiao added in the soul message. Just like how the Fortress of Origin can split into many cores to continue fighting. Speaking of which, have you seen these ruins before? We thought of the creation of this world, but only received a negative answer. However, he did not give up. What about similar structures? After all, this is a world full of magically modified energy creations. You should have seen some familiar things, right? Xiao Xiao was silent as if she was thinking. She took the ruins she had just seen into her mind, dissecting, analyzing, and reorganizing them. After about a minute, she raised her head slightly. No. In this world, other than the Light Chaser Tower, which seems to be a creation that I know and is a mixture of several creations, I have seen the other familiar things when I appeared in the primordial world. Such ruins. I have never seen a creation similar to them. This should be considered a structure. Yun Nuoxing reminded her. Although it is indeed a creation, it is a building. If you think about it in terms of creation, you can only think of a lot of creations with similar functions. At this time, instead of exploring the inner essence, it is better to look for their external shape. Well, although there may be many buildings of this shape, it is easy to confuse them. Xiao Xiao thought seriously for a while again. Sui Qing was also helping her recall, telling her to look for memory fragments from time to time. After working hard for a while, the two came to the same conclusion. There is no such thing. Yun Nuoxing and Hui smiled bitterly. This is also something that can't be helped. It is very normal. In short, they couldn't find any useful clues, and they couldn't see the Shadow Lord of the past, so there was nothing to keep. After leaving behind pieces of arrays and waiting to retreat, Yun Nuoxing used an energy explosion to sink the upside-down altar into the ground. Immediately, the roar of the earth shaking could be heard in the air. This was also a predetermined program. Every time a building was demolished, it would shake once. Gradually, the earthquake became bigger and bigger, and the range of its spread began to increase exponentially. However, from the beginning, they didn't feel any movement from Mu Tsongyuan's side. They didn't know if their demolition of the house was going smoothly. When the earthquake ended and they did not see anything else, they continued to the next place. A few seconds after they set off, Yun Nuoxing suddenly thought of a question and asked Fei Chui, "Did you cause an earthquake when you demolished the ruins in the past?" No, it didn't. Fei Chui shook her head repeatedly. This is also an abnormal situation. We have demolished more than 100 ruins before, and we have not tried to cause any tremors. Well, but this time, we did not find any special situation in the ruins themselves. The ruins are still the ruins. Except for the sudden earthquake after the demolition, according to you, it was caused by an energy explosion underground. Other than that, there is nothing strange. In other words, the changes have only happened recently. Yun Nuoxing pulled her hair and her eyes flickered. There is a high probability that it is related to the actions of the demonized people. After all, they have been here all year round. God knows what strange things they have done to the ruins and the wasteland. There is no way to find out now. Well, we can only continue to find out. Along the way, they demolished 3 more ruins. When they were almost close to the marked base camp, a sharp energy howl suddenly spread throughout the sky, startling everyone and causing them to turn their heads hurriedly. Boom! A ball of energy fireworks suddenly exploded in the distant sky. Without any delay, the energy roar and flame burst out together, causing all of their expressions to change. Yun Nuoxing said subconsciously, "Energy signal, something happened to Mu Tsongyuan." Fei Chui also stared with her eyes wide open. That is the base camp. The people of the Radiant may have gone there first. Hui waved his hand. Go, let's go and see what is going on. I was just about to say that they should have made some movement. I didn't expect that after so long, they have gone to the base camp first. And it seems that they are in trouble. The group of people rushed across the long distance as fast as lightning. On the way, they also killed a few ruins and the people in the ruins. It took only a second, so it was not a big deal. In just a minute, they arrived at the predetermined gathering place. Looking at the things in front of them, everyone was stunned. A majestic and magnificent castle appeared in front of them. It looked like it was tens of thousands of feet tall, but it wasn't very wide. From a distance, it looked like a relatively fat tower. Its entire body was made of energy crystals, but this time, the energy crystals didn't emit a green light or an earthy yellow light. Its body was like a thick and heavy stone building that was gray and white. It stood there quietly, releasing demonic energy. It didn't look like a ruin, but rather a newly built building. "Isn't this a ruin?" Hui asked in a low voice. Fei Chui nodded. "It is also my first time here to see their base camp. Others who have seen it told us that this is not a ruin, but looking at it, just from the energy reaction alone, it is stronger than the ruins of the last 3 generations," Yun Nuashing said softly. There was a hole in the side of the castle that was facing them, and thick smoke was billowing out from it. The explosion of energy just now should have come from that place. They looked at each other and nodded. Then, they jumped into the castle in unison. "Hey! All of you, stop! Check the water meter! Put your hands on your head! ID card! The community is sending warmth!" We took the lead to jump in and shouted a few times, startling everyone in the hall. They quickly turned their heads to look at the entrance of the cave and saw a group of people slowly walking in. The expressions of both sides changed. Mu Tsang-Yuan and the others, who were standing on the left in front of them, relaxed slightly and let out a small sigh of relief. However, they did not dare to relax too much. On the right, in the depths of the hall, the black-skinned demonized with golden eyes whom they had seen once before. No, the black-skinned demonized who had beaten them up before was standing with 6 other demonized people. In his hand, he was still holding the girl with short blonde hair. Who was she called? Oh, Lon Lon. Looking at them, it was clear why Mu Tsang-Yuan and the others were so nervous that they were about to explode. However, they still had to hold it in for fear of breaking the vases. "It's you. Oh, it's us. I didn't expect you to be able to escape last time. You really survived a great disaster." Hui smiled indifferently, waving his hand as he smiled. Then, he looked at Mu Tsang-Yuan and the others who were slightly stunned. "Why did you take action first? Didn't you say to gather outside? There was a small accident and we got involved." Mu Tsang-Yuan's expression was strange, and he could not help but grit his teeth. Then, he looked at Hui and the others. "You've seen him before?" "Oh, I caught him in the ruins last time and gave him a good beating. He disappeared in the middle of the fight." Hui pointed at the black-skinned demonized in the depths of the hall. Seeing the strange expressions of Mu Tsang-Yuan and the others, he said, "Look at you guys, could it be that you also?" "He also disappeared inexplicably last time. This is the second time I've seen him. Sounds as slippery as a loach." The black-skinned demonized person in the depths of the hall saw them talking arrogantly, and his face turned gloomy. "Are you ignoring me?" "Oh, wait a moment." Hui waved his hand. "We're discussing how to kill you. Please be quiet. Mu Tsang-Yuan and the others. Is it really okay to say this so bluntly?" Chapter 1994. The scene in the hall was a little awkward, but the situation was obvious. One side had just finished their business and barged in. Looking at the 2 groups of people in the hall, one group was holding the lifeline of the other group, making them unable to move, and the other group was so anxious that they could only get angry. There was a very funny thing here that he did not even know how to laugh. The black-skinned demonized was a mid-tier yuansher. Even though he had not fully recovered from the previous beating, it was still a little puzzling that he needed to deal with a group of low-tier yuansher. Wait a minute. According to Mu Tsang-Yuan and the others, the black-skinned demonized was not that strong. The demonized people around him were only low-tier yuansher. Therefore, the odds of the 2 sides being defeated were about 50-50. However, the black-skinned demonized had a person in his hand, so Mu Tsang-Yuan and the others could only wait anxiously. Alright, he understood. Now that they were here, seeing the girl named Lan Lan being held down, causing Mu Songyuan and the rest to be held down, he hated this situation. How many years had it been since he last played this game? It was a little magical. He had just said those words so blatantly to ridicule the black-skinned demonized. Seeing the black-skinned demonized's expression change, he knew what to do. However, as for the specific next step, wait a moment, let him think about it. You dare to attack the quiet wasteland while we are attacking the dark region. I have to praise your bravery. The expression of the golden-eyed demonized man eased a little. He was still strangling Lan Lan with one hand, and there was a faint fake smile on his face. He did not look arrogant. I have seen everything you have done in the secluded wasteland, but it is just a waste of effort. Since the secluded wasteland began to move on its own, everything you have done has been too late. However, the trouble you have caused has made me a little unhappy. I will use your lives to make up for this loss. He laughed emotionlessly, and the hand holding Lan Lan's throat tightened slightly, causing the latter to groan in pain. Mu Songyuan was so agitated that he took a step forward, and the stick in his hand swung forward a few times as if he was about to rush over. Do you dare to come up? Come, I'll stand here and wait for your attack to pierce through me. King Tong's demonized body trembled slightly and laughed coldly. She pointed at Lan Lan with her eyes and said, "The premise is that you dare to penetrate her and me together. If you know what's good for you, then obediently put down your weapons and surrender. Maybe I can let you two reunite for a while. When the time comes, you won't be so lonely on the road together, right? If you dare to resist, perhaps I'll turn you into a demonized life form and let you destroy the radiant light region that you cherish with your own hand. Or let you fight each other. Isn't that fun? Ah bah. Hui put his hands on his hips and spat, causing everyone to be stunned. There was an uncontrollable laughter in his voice as he stared at the black-skinned demonized man, as if he was looking at an idiot. Blah blah blah, you're so noisy. Put down your weapon? And surrender without a fight? Are you playing a prank on me? The moment you put down your weapon, you became unscrupulous. I won't say anything else, but the moment you touch her, I will twist your head off. Clang! The sound of the stick falling to the ground stunned everyone present. Hui turned his head and saw Mu Songyuan throw the stick 10 meters away. The sound of the stick hitting the ground made everyone's expressions stiffen. He immediately stared and felt like a clown. You really threw it? When he first saw this young man, he felt that he seemed a little naive. But could he really be so naive? Don't you know what the other side is like? Mu Songyuan's face was gloomy as he looked at him awkwardly. I have no choice. Then he stared straight ahead. Shura, let Lan Lan go. What you want is nothing more than the pure power of will. My willpower is purer than Lan Lan's. I can be your hostage. You don't have any other choice. When she was captured, her situation was already very bad for you. Now that you've thrown her away, aren't you running all the way to death without stopping? Hui yelled at him, swearing and swearing. It seems that you don't see it as clearly as they do. The golden-eyed demonized man laughed at Hui, then looked at Mu Songyuan. That's a wise move. But, forget about you. You are not easy to control. Hui me. At %, Yun Nuoshing scanned his surroundings. He glanced at the demonified people beside the black-skinned demonified person called Shura. The seaweed head and the demonified person that appeared last time were not here. This way, he thought for a moment and took a step forward, startling everyone. Why don't you consider me? You see, I'm a whole world's level lower than you. What you're holding in your hand is a bomb that will make you suffer a lot. The most violent counterattack that a beginner can make. I don't need to say it, you should know better than me. Besides, pure willpower and whatnot. Yun Nuoshing pointed at Mu Songyuan and said to Shura, For the time being, there shouldn't be anyone in this world whose willpower is purer than mine. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. I believe you should have heard of the guardian of willpower and whatnot. Guardian of willpower? Shura's golden eyes widened slightly. He looked at Yun Nuashing suspiciously. Do you think I'll believe your one-sided story? Hui patted Mu Tsang-Yuan with a strange expression and signaled with his eyes. Mu Tsang-Yuan was startled. Frankly speaking, he did not intend to tell this news, but his companions were all, so he could only nod. It's true. The light of willpower that illuminated the whole sky not long ago. If you haven't forgotten the influence of that light on you, you should be able to tell. The light of willpower that illuminated the sky was mixed with Yun Nuashing's aura. Although it was very weak, it could not be wrong. They also felt Yun Nuashing's body suspiciously. When they saw him throw them a look that said, "Have you confirmed it?" They frowned slightly. The aura was indeed weak, but it made them believe that it was true. After weighing the situation for a while, Shura's frown deepened. He stared at Yun Nuashing. I don't understand. I need a reason. Otherwise, I will think that you still have ulterior motives even now. I've just said the superficial reason. As for the remaining reason, Yun Nuashing shrugged and smiled. I'm quite interested in demonization. It's not that easy to enter the center of the quiet wasteland by ordinary means. But as long as I become a demonized life form, it should be fine, right? I know from Mu Tsang-Yuan and the others that you have a way to turn people into demonized life forms. I'm here for this. If you still remember that I've touched the crystal, you know that I've tried, but unfortunately, I failed. My life in exchange for hers and theirs. This is a good deal, isn't it? You can get a guardian of willpower, and I can go where I want to go. It was a bewildering smile, but there was a corresponding temptation in it. Shura couldn't make up his mind for a while. After Yun Nuashing finished speaking, his companions pulled him back as if they were going to drag him back. He knew that there might be some kind of disagreement among them. What a fragile team. After a while, he seemed to understand something and chuckled. This way it's doable. You have absolute value, and I'm tempted. Yun Nuashing pushed away the people holding him and walked forward without turning back. So, the deal is done? Phone! Huey's face was filled with pain. He clutched his chest and stared at Shura with a ferocious expression. There's no need for this. There's really no need for this. Mu Tsang-Yuan also hurriedly said, if you become a demonized life form, you won't even be able to maintain your original willpower. Your views will become on the demonized life form's side. I already know that. It's because I know that I have no qualms about standing on the demonized life form's side. What's wrong with that? Yun Nuashing sneered and spread out his hands towards Azura. While I haven't changed my mind, let's hurry up, hand over the people, and let them go, if you try to be slippery. Oh, although I can't do anything but look at them. He pointed at Hui and the others, all of whom were in a state of explosive momentum. They looked both embarrassed and reluctant. If you dare to play tricks, they can tear you apart. You were beaten up last time, so you know very well. Hui gritted his teeth and pushed Mu Tsang-Yuan. Go and get your people back. Then retreat. Yun Nuashing glanced at Mu Tsang-Yuan, who walked to his side with a complicated expression, and walked forward with him. Seeing this, Shura nodded slightly. The demonized people on both sides retreated slightly, and the demonized energy that was suppressing Lan Lan retreated bit by bit. Another part of the energy began to spread towards Yun Nuashing. Switch! Shura shouted, and the demonized energy pushed Lan Lan towards Mu Tsang-Yuan. At the same time, another strand of demonized energy smoothly wrapped around Yun Nuashing's body. The latter also cooperated and walked 2 steps faster, falling into the range of his control. The moment he caught Lan Lan, Mu Tsang-Yuan's figure retreated quickly, purifying all the demonized energy that entangled her body. When they returned to the team in an instant, they saw that Feng Ling had fallen into the hands of Shura and the others. He was entangled by the thick demonized energy, and his expression became extremely complicated in an instant. Ah! The guardian of the will, not bad, this pure will power. When he took the Yun Nua planet in his hand, the Shura's pair of black eyes stared straight into his eyes, as if he had seen through something. Such a huge power. That's right, it is indeed your power. Yun Nuashing glanced at him, then looked at Hui and the others, and sighed. The journey will come to an end. You all know what I have always wanted. Go back, go back. If there is a future, when we meet again, although I knew you were a bastard from the beginning, I didn't expect you to be such a bastard. Hui gritted his teeth, and his voice almost came out from the gaps between his teeth. Yun Nuashing shrugged. Let's go. Unfortunately, you can't leave anymore. Shura suddenly let out a low laugh, startling everyone. Yun Nuashing also narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Shura put his hands behind his back and let out a few trembling indifferent laugh. Because, from the beginning, I didn't intend to let any of you go back. Whether it was swapping you or stalling for time, it was just to prevent accidents from happening. Now my goal has been achieved. Demonized beings, heed my call and descend to my side. A vast amount of demonic energy suddenly fell on the gray-white castle. The excessive energy caused everyone to turn pale with fright. Before Mu Tsang-Yuan and the others could do anything, they suddenly felt an extremely huge pressure descend on them. It was as if they were witnessing a mountain torrent, a tsunami, and an earth-shattering scene with their own eyes. They hurriedly looked out of the hole in the hall and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The outside of the castle, which was originally empty, was now surrounded by countless demonized energies. Hundreds of fortress-level demons were floating in the sky, and groups of troops on the ground were also pounding their chests and stamping their feet, making gloomy and cold roars, flooding this space with endless demonized energies. Demonized figures walked into the hall accompanied by a vast amount of demonized energy. Their black-bottomed, white-eyed eyes casually swept across the hall, bringing a huge amount of pressure to everyone. The surging energy made their faces turn even uglier. Dozens of demonized people who were at the peak of beginner tier were guarding this place. Even they had no way to deal with them. These are the demonized beings that besiege the capital of God? Mu Tsang-Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Why would they appear in this place? The characteristics of demonized beings. Haha, demonized beings have an inseparable connection with the Chaos Demon Wilderness. We can use this connection to go to any place with demonized energies. Shura opened his arms and laughed out loud. He looked at Hui and the others and said, I didn't expect your appearance, but it also brought about an unexpected result. This is very good. As for my original purpose, Mu Tsang-Yuan, I knew that you would enter the tranquil wasteland without hesitation. Everything here was prepared for you. Here. This is where you will be buried. This is the most luxurious funeral I have prepared for you for 15 years. I want to bury you all under the tranquil wasteland and become part of the endless demonized energies in this world. The unbridled and crazy laughter carried a hint of scheming, causing the faces of Mu Tsang-Yuan and the others to turn particularly ugly. Surrounded by countless demonized life forms in the quiet wasteland and surrounded by endless demonized energy, even if they had wings, they would not be able to escape. They didn't expect that Shura's escape last time was related to this. However, Shura's crazy laughter suddenly cooled down. He chuckled and said softly, I have changed my mind. I want you all to witness that moment with your own eyes. Witness the scene of the center of the tranquil wasteland blooming. Haha, I only need guardians with willpower. You all will witness the scene of the great cause being achieved and then be buried here. Suddenly, a vibration came from the depths of the hall. The wall slowly melted with a slight tremor, revealing a green corridor hidden behind it. It seemed to be a corridor cast from the ruins of the previous 3 or 4 generations. He brought Yun Nuoxing to the front of the corridor and laughed at Mu Tsongyuan and Hui. Come. Let us all witness the grandest moment together. Oh, then let's go. Yun Nuoxing pulled him forward. She seemed to be even more impatient than him, which made Shura slightly startled. Mu Tsongyuan and the others who followed behind all had ugly expressions, but no one noticed that Hui and the others' faces were so strange that they almost couldn't hold it in anymore. They didn't even think about it and cooperated with the demonized people behind them to walk forward. The corridor cast from green energy crystals reflected crisscrossing light and shadows in the air, as if some kind of complex pattern was projected in the space, but it was difficult to identify. Shura, who was walking at the front, ignored these patterns and used the demonized energy to clamp Yun Nuoxing all the way forward. Since he had already come here, he no longer had anything to worry about. His face was full of uncontrollable excitement and a bit of twisted fanaticism. After an unknown number of minutes, a light curtain appeared in front of the corridor without warning. When everyone walked over, they were slightly startled and faintly felt a wave of discomfort coming from their bodies. It was as if they had lifted their feet a second ago, but in the next second, they had landed in a place where they shouldn't have. Spatial teleportation. Hui reminded his people through soul transmission, they still have the method of teleportation. Interesting. And it's not specially used for demonized life forms. He's teleporting all of us together. Yun Nuoxing also responded through soul transmission, I keep feeling that something is wrong. I don't know if they found a way to bypass this part of the concept, or if they used the demonized energy to do something. Who knows? Huey's image shrugged, then stared at him and suddenly laughed strangely. Feng, what you said just now? Shu, act until the end. Don't talk, don't laugh. The road is not over yet. It's not too late to flip the table when we reach the end. Everyone's soul images didn't know whether to laugh or cry. From the beginning, they were all acting, just acting. They were all improvising. They didn't expect that they could cooperate so well. After the spatial teleportation, they suddenly came to an unusually wide place. The sky was completely covered by thick clouds, and the ground was no longer made of green energy crystals. They seemed to have come to the wilderness. The surrounding space was filled with large and small craggy boulders. The ground in front of them was tilted up and caved in to form a rift valley. It was a bit like an impact crater. An impact had exploded here. If they turned over the tilted ground in front of them, they should be able to see a crater. As for the caved-in rift valley around them, it should be caused by the impact tearing the surrounding ground apart. Sure enough, after turning over the tilted ground in front of them, they came to the top of an impact crater with a radius of millions of miles. It was like walking to the top of an extremely huge mountain, and looking at the huge crater on top of it, they could see the inside. It was hard to imagine what kind of impact had erupted here in the past to be able to dig such a huge crater. At the top of the crater, near the edge of the crater, there was a circle of floorboards made of green energy crystals. They were embedded around the edge of the crater, like a huge ring-shaped platform. On the platform there was a sentry every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. There were demonized people and demonized life forms gathered here to guard the platform. There were more than a dozen of such arrangements as they fell down the crater, like ring-shaped platforms that were constantly shrinking. As for the center of the crater, a translucent black energy beam was released from the bottom. The center of the beam was as white as snow. The higher the beam went, the more transparent it became until it really disappeared into the clouds in the sky. Black and mottled white energy particles swirled and danced within the light of energy. It was a bit similar to the scene of energy particles scattering when energy beams converged in the ruins. These energy particles were falling from above, as if they were injecting the endless energy of the tranquil wasteland into the ground below. Yun Nuoxing realized that they had left the castle and went to other places, and subconsciously asked, "This place it's the center of the quiet wasteland that you yearn for day and night. There's also energy protection here, so you won't be affected. After all, the demonized energy in this place is too strong, and even we can't be completely spared." Shura pointed to the front and explained to him. He looked back at Mu Tsongyuan, Hui, and the others who were escorted by dozens of demonized people, and then looked at the densely packed great demons standing around the crater like an army, as well as the hundreds of fortresses floating in the sky. There was a hint of relief on his face. At this point, even if they had great ability, they couldn't use it. Coming here, they had become fish on the chopping block. Mu Tsongyuan and the others looked at the densely packed demonized life forms, and it was indeed difficult for them to have the heart to resist. This place was already the deepest place in the enemy's camp, and even if a miracle happened, it wouldn't be able to save them. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but hold Lanlin's hand tightly and whispered in a low voice, "But even so, we have to fight to the last moment." Yun Nuoxing looked at the crater in the center and frowned slightly. This place. What happened? Why did it become like this? I do need to tell you, or else it won't be easy to do later. Shura waved his hand and led the way to the platform below. This way, there's still some distance to go. We'll talk about it on the way. The quiet wasteland was originally the territory of the human race, and this place was a human city. It was originally like this. Yun Nuoxing looked at the crater. Some kind of disaster happened? We speculated that this was the case, but we couldn't find out what kind of disaster it was to create this scene. Shura led the others around the platform, and when he looked at the bottomless crater, he still had some lingering fear. In the quiet wasteland and around here, we found evidence that this place was once the territory of the human race. Some fragments with powerful willpower and energy. They have power that we can't reach, including the energy that's still gushing out from the bottom of the crater. It's so powerful that it's fascinating. All obstacles will be completely destroyed today. Yun Nuoxing nodded. For this, you've prepared for tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years? Shura couldn't help but laugh. He pointed at the platform that was descending. You think that we've spent tens of thousands of years to create this place, right? Isn't that right? Shura crossed his arms and chuckled. He shook his head. Tens of thousands of years, that's just the time we joined. In fact, there were originally demonized humans in this world. Yes, perhaps they already existed from the very beginning, and we're just members who joined halfway. This ruin has existed for more than 100 million years, and was created by our demonized brethren. What it revealed to us is the fragment of that disaster that happened all those years ago. Spying on this fragment allowed me to obtain the power to use the chaotic demonic wasteland to allow demonized beings to cross through distant space. Even the door that I brought you through just now is connected to this. Yun Nuoxing and the others muttered in the soul communication. I'm afraid that he picked up a concept fragment that collapsed a long, long time ago, and somehow found the way to use spatial teleportation. Maybe he used the concept fragment to complete it. Hui couldn't help but scratch his head. I keep feeling that something is wrong, but I can't put my finger on it. Well, don't worry. If something happens, you protect everyone. I'll just flip the table. Yun Nuoxing remembered something and continued to ask Shura, what's that cube used for? It's the demonized crystal you mentioned. It's just a space that contains a special area for demonized life forms. It can also be used to transform normal energy into demonized energy, allowing the chaotic demonic wilderness to expand. However, it has an even more important function. Shura pointed downwards. It's used to open the door. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Gate? What gate? As I've just said, there's a spring at the bottom of the crater that keeps spewing out energy. No one knows where it leads to. Maybe it's a domain, maybe it's still the chaos wasteland, but it's a hidden place. He shook his head slightly, his black-bottomed golden eyes staring at the black and white beam of light. I only know that this energy that's thousands of times stronger than normal demonized energy should be leaking from somewhere. The scene formed by the disaster that erupted back then was preserved by our demonized brethren, including the energy that keeps leaking here. It's a crack that keeps releasing energy and absorbing the energy of the quiet wasteland, trying to repair itself and close it. Our brethren of the past did everything they could to keep it open, making it difficult for it to recover, but that's not enough. That crack is very small, and to tear it open to the extent that people can pass through, it requires an extremely powerful force. Like the power of will? So you want me to open the crack? That's right. Shura nodded slightly. As he spoke, he suddenly turned around to look at the others who were walking over with heavy expressions, and said, "You don't seem to care about them from the beginning? Never worried? Even if they're your former comrades? Didn't he say that I'm a bastard?" Yun Nuashing stroked her long hair gently and looked back at Hui and the others. "I'm just a selfish bastard who only wants to walk the path that I want to walk, even if I have to pay with my life. I have no scruples." "Hee hee, you're quite carefree." Hui was silent and sighed in his heart. They heard it clearly. That's why he said that Maple is a bastard. It's not an act, but not at this time. It's when he's dealing with the things that they're dealing with now. Yes. He did not hesitate to rush up and say that it's all over. He's just a bastard and an idiot who can only make people feel helpless. He believes that the others think the same way too, but it's something that can't be helped. The performance was just a performance in action, but every line and every word contained the true meaning and the true state of mind. In it, there were all kinds of things that they had experienced together. This, anyone could tell that it was true, because it was not a performance in itself, but a narrative. As they went deeper into the bottom of the platform, the strange demonic energy became stronger, to the extent that even with the protection of the barrier, it would make people dizzy. Mu Tsang-Yuan and the others had to release more powerful energy, and even needed to cooperate with the demonized behind them to support the energy barrier to barely offset the negative effects of the energy here. They even looked as if they were about to die. Hui and the others thought about it and quickly pretended to be disgusted. The bottom of the pit was like a funnel. The platform at the bottom, whether it was the ground or the surrounding mountain walls, were all cast with cyan energy crystals. Everything in the surroundings, including the space, seemed to have been crystallized. Moreover, many crystals were growing out of the walls, making it look like a forest of cyan crystals. These crystals became very bright after coming in contact with the excessive amount of demonized energy. The dazzling cyan light illuminated the space, making it extremely dazzling. More patterns were projected in the space, but no one could understand the meaning of these pictographs, drawings, and graffiti. After looking at them for a long time, people would feel dizzy. In addition to the green energy crystals on the surrounding mountain walls at the bottom of the big pit, there were also pieces of demonic crystals that he had seen before embedded in them. They were resonating with the green crystals, releasing an oppressive aura around the center. At the center of the platform, where the funnel's eye was, there was a circular crack with a radius of 100 feet. The black and white energy beam was spewing out from that crack. "We're here. It's here." Shura brought them to a place close to the center. Around the crack, more than a dozen demonized people stood motionless like statues, releasing demonic energy that was constantly surging from their bodies. The latter and the others felt an aura approaching them, so they slowly turned around. Then, more than half of them were stunned. Yun Nuashing and the others also exclaimed in their hearts. The kelp head whose heart was dug out by Shura's claw was standing there at the moment, and the group of people who were beaten up last time was also here at the moment. They looked at each other, and the space froze. The kelp head turned around and saw Shura standing together with the biggest shadow in his life. His face turned green and was full of horror. She was still smiling. Last time, she used this smile to confuse people. Then, without any explanation, she dug out his heart with her claw. The two groups of people met, and the air froze for a moment. Then, there were suddenly exclamations. "Shura, step back! This guy is dangerous. Sound the alarm. Everyone is in level 1 combat mode. Summon everyone here to help." "Oh, we meet again. Looking at how excited you are, you obviously miss us very much. Come, we didn't finish last time. Let's fight again. This time, we should be able to have no scruples." Shura was stunned for a moment and turned his head with a puzzled expression. He saw Yun Nuashing slowly removing the demonic energy on her body. The restraints that he had used all his strength to set up were easily torn apart like paper. Shura widened his eyes. Yun Nuashing laughed so hard that her whole body trembled. Her smile was charming and charming. "I announce that I'm not pretending anymore. I'm laying all my cards on the table. Little Qingzi, I know that you are all here. Bring everyone here. Seal this space and let's turn this place upside down." You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.